We're in the final countdown to Christmas, are we not? 1 week to go. Let me just get organised. This was I'm a minute or two late already. My phone I pushed an hour ago to do an update. I will talk about it shortly when we get a few more people here. I shall say cheers with my white wine. Delivered by my friend Tom, who is leaving the country in the morning. Going home to Ireland for Christmas. My lights are on. It will be a two-fisted drinking session. There will be beer. Oh. Cheers. I think while we wait for people to arrive, I may as well, if you pardon a close-up of my face, while we wait for people to arrive, I will just top up the wine. White wine, not really my thing, but as Keith Chegwin would attest, Cheggers can't be boozers, which is a good old Spoonerism based on beggars can't be choosers. Let me check that the light is properly plugged in. It's on 3 solid full cans of beer waiting for just in case we go on for 6 hours like we have done a couple of times recently, have we not? Okay, I will give it 1 more minute from now for people to arrive, and then we'll do the intro. I guess while we wait, we can have a quick look around at the festivities. Christmas tree again. It's still on the chair. A little bit of a slope. If you can see, you probably can't, and I probably shouldn't show you this because everything's a shithole. You see the black box over in the far left corner there? That's the fridge freezer. It's stood on 2 layers of polystyrene. The right-hand layer the right-hand side keeps snapping, and so there's a slope. I wanted to put the Christmas tree on there. At the minute, it slides off, so that's no good. While we're here, folks, I will try and introduce Tina. You turned away. You don't like the light, I know. Hey, babe, come on, be nice. Say hello to the peoples. Here she is. Look. I won't force her, but I encourage her to look this way. Hey, babe, let's keep the good look and keep the pretty blanket over us, so people don't see the shite that's underneath. I am a tramp, folks. My bedding has come mainly from bins. On, not in. Just on or alongside, not in. But where are we? When did I say we were gonna? Are we 36 seconds into the minute, or are we a minute and 36 seconds in? I will on the 4-minute mark. I will do the proper intros. But just to let you know that the Christmas tree is on tonight. I don't know where I am power-wise. Give me a second. I've only just moved everything over here. We are on 65% on the EcoFlow. Now we were on 95 or something. And then I put the freezer on, the fridge freezer, and kind of fell asleep. And when I woke up, the solar panel was in total shade. So we were using power a lot quicker than it was. Well, there was none coming in, and we were still using it. So we lost a bit there. Then a little bit later, I put it on again, and again I forgot about it and left it going too long. A little bit worried that if it gets down to 41%, it might blank out and end up on 0 like it did the other day, but more on that later because there's a story there. Okay, I have blustered and flustered and carried on long enough. I will wait this next 15 seconds, and when we hit the 5-minute mark, we will begin. Cheers to those of you that are here before we begin. Okay, folks. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, That would be me. Some would say it's a character I play on the internet. Not really a character, not really playing. It's not my real name. It is my initials in the NATO phonetic alphabet. DM, Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some, particularly the other side of the Atlantic, would say a bum. Someone who lives or sleeps rough, maybe on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Okay, that's Delta Mike, that's down and out. In Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south, roughly speaking, halfway between Alicante and Murcia City. There we go. About an hour, a little shy of an hour south of Alicante Airport, and a little shy of an hour from Murcia City, in the Murcia region, the next region down. Now, those of you that were paying attention to the thumbnail, I hope nobody's come thinking that that's what I'm living in now. That's an old picture when I first started the channel, about 6 months into this field, 8 months into being homeless. I built a shelter out of 6 broom handles. You'll have heard this story before. I don't know that many of you have gone and watched the actual original videos, the first 2 videos on the channel in particular. Brings back memories. That shelter was built from 6 broom handles, 4 tree branches, 4 stakes in the ground, some thread and twine, and a tarp. And the picture that you see there is the end of life of that particular shelter. The tarpaulin had lasted, I don't remember whether it was late January or February, through to, I think, the first week in May. Or was it the last week in May? It was May anyway. When a guy called Simon bought me a second-hand tent. But you're looking at the end of life, so you're not seeing it at its best. It was phenomenal when it was first built. 6 broom handles, and for the first night or 2 it had a concave roof. And then I got these fantastic branches that were really straight, no offshoots, a couple of little buds, but no actual offshoots, no branches. So I stripped most of those little buds off, and then thick piece at the bottom, but you can't hammer the thin piece to knock the thick piece into the ground. So a stake in the ground, 2 opposite each other, stakes into the ground, and then tie really tightly, tie those branches to the stakes, bend them over and tie them together, and we form 2 arches. Not a dome per se, they didn't cross in an X, but they just looped over. So I had the 6 broom handles with rope around, a couple of chairs also formed uprights in places. Those were the base of the bed for planks to go across. You got to watch the first couple of videos. Now the picture you see there, I made my first video at the beginning of a storm, 6 or 7, turned out to be 10 days of storms. I made my first video on I guess the day before the storms. We were waiting on them coming that night. And that night, because the plastic tarpaulin had kind of perished, you couldn't, every time it blew in the wind, it got more rips and tears. So you couldn't manhandle it, you couldn't pull it taut so that you could see the proper kind of dome shape from the peak of those arches from the tree branches, and then pull tight to the corners. It was an immaculate kind of dome shape initially, but at the end it was so perished. The word is frangible when a plastic becomes brittle and breaks. It was so perished I couldn't pull it tight, and so we had to allow a slight concaveness again from the peak of those arches to the corners. There's a bit of a dip. And in a really, really bad storm, the water kept gathering. And I kept not pushing up with my hands. My hand would have gone through, no problem. Pushing up with my forearm. And it was working all night long. And then 5 in the morning, I went to do it one more time. And I'd been asleep. A little bit too much water had gathered, a bit too much weight on there. And when I went to push, my whole arm went through. Hence the hole that you see in the roof on the thumbnail. Now that is that 3 years ago now? I lose track. This is my 4th winter here. And that was kind of the spring, almost summer. 6 months in. I've been here 6 months. So I calculating with dates and years is always fucking difficult, isn't it? I don't know. But yeah, that's what that was. Let me bring up chat and see if there's anybody talking to me. What happened to the sun? Yeah, we had good sunshine this morning. The weather forecast led me to believe it was going to be a mainly sunny morning with some cloud, and it was high cloud, thin high cloud. To the south and the east was really thin cloud with big patches of blue in between. Off to the west and the north was heavy cloud, and I had no idea which way the wind was going to blow. And when I looked in the weather app, I got a surprise. So it was coming from the north, so should have covered us early. But then it was going to move around to the east. No, it wasn't. It was going to move around to the west, which should have brought even more cloud in. But it kind of didn't. Then it was going to swing around and come from the south. And finally it was going to come from the east. So it was going to swirl as the day progressed. And yet what actually happened didn't match that. So that was the forecast, but I don't think that's what happened. We had the sun here until about 1 o'clock. And then it clouded over, and I was still picking up power on the EcoFlow. My solar panel and battery were still picking up power. But it went. It got heavier and heavier on the cloud. And I got up to 90%, and then, like I said at the outset, I fell asleep with the freezer running, and used a bit. Then later on I ran it again and used more than I intended, and that's why now I'm down to whatever I said before, 60 something was it? And I've covered have I done that? No, okay, it's only the top. Give me a second. I can't show you, but I can't find the button. Where's the button? Oh, I'm under the wrong. Down to 62%. Now, I said at the outset that there's a tale to tell about my EcoFlow. My EcoFlow has been telling me for ages that there was an update, a firmware update available. And I resist doing firmware updates with EcoFlow because, frankly, they're unreliable. Now they state in their announcements that they've made great leaps forward in improving stability and reliability in their firmware updates. I can't attest to that. I did do an update this week. I did give in for one reason only. For the 3rd time, my power got like down to 40%. And disappeared. It said it was on 40% and it disappeared. Now there's 2 possibilities. One is a fuck up in the firmware. The other is a recalibration that you have to do every now and again, where you totally drain the battery down to 0, let it stand a while, then you charge it all the way up to full without using any of that power until it gets to full. And some people say to repeat that a 2nd time. I'm not a fan of that idea, but some people say. The company don't. Anyway, when I went in to look to do a firmware update, I decided it was becoming too unreliable. I might as well give that a go. Take the risk. I'm in there, and what do I see? My current firmware edition The current firmware version number 0.0.0.1. That's not even a real number. There is no way that so you have to understand software versioning. Major how does it go? Release, major version, minor version, and then internal updates just every time they do a build internally within the organization. There is no way anybody ever released a product that wasn't at least a beta. So maybe the first number would be a 0, but the second would be a 1. Always. You're not going to be releasing 0.0.0. whatever. It's just not. And 0.1, that would be like the first build ever made of the software. That would have had no testing. That's not a real number. That's a number it gets set to allow the thing to ignore version numbers and go and get the latest. That's like an internal trickery. But I haven't requested a reset. They forced through a reset from their end. And I don't know when or how. Is that the reason that it's been misbehaving the past 3 or 4 weeks? Is that why it's been getting down to 40% or 20% and then the power disappears? Or is that because I need this recalibration? I can't know. It's unknowable from my end. But I've now done the update and we'll see how it behaves. But their updates are really unreliable. When I first got it, it went wrong. It's my one negative about EcoFlow. Love the hardware. In general, I've loved the reliability. Except just recently I've hit these issues. And I had a snag when I first got it. As a software guy, as a computer guy, I've always updated firmware and drivers and software. Because supposedly there are security benefits, there are improvements, there are just benefits to keeping up to date. But the day one that I got the EcoFlow and pushed the button on an update and it went bad, and the guy was trying to get me to send it back to fucking China. I'm a tramp in a field. Oh, and he wanted me to have Wi-Fi on all day. Tramp, field. If I walk the dog with my phone in my pocket, there's no Wi-Fi in here. There is no Wi-Fi all day. And given that it's a product that's sold to assist with off-grid living or emergency backup, the insistence on location data and a continuous Wi-Fi connection is just, it's highly suspicious to me. Great technology, great hardware. Their app, passable. It was a little bit iffy to begin with, but it seems fairly passable now. But the firmware, which is the inbuilt central software that runs the device itself, probably handles battery management and Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, all of those things inside. But in particular, the battery stuff. A little bit dubious about. Now, it may have improved like they claim in their blurb. It may be better. But I can't afford to wake up at 5 in the morning, see that I've got 40% and think, oh, do you know what? The sun's going to come up soon. Why don't I run the freezer for an hour? And because if I've got 40% and I've got power to spare and it's gonna top up in a sunny day, why not run the fridge and get the temperature down from say 5 or 6 degrees down to 0 or 1 or 2, where a fridge should be. So I think that, and I start up and my 40% just evaporates. What if my tablet was on 10% when that 40% evaporates? So yeah. Anyway, I'm ranting. That was Roger asking what happened to the sun. Everyone's been really quiet. Are you enjoying the rant or hating the rant? Come and talk to a tramp. This, guys, just to let you know, today is the last day I'll have the begging thing at the top of the chat. I've pretty much got enough money to see me through Christmas and New Year. A friend just gave me some money tonight and brought me um, the remnants from his cupboards and fridge because he's leaving the country. My mate Tom stopped by, like I mentioned before. Brought me a carry bag, brought me a shopping bag full of a bit of fruit and veg and a couple of tins of things and that kind. And he gave me a note as well. So this, I kind of put the the PayPal details at the top of the page more out of habit than anything. Although I did tweak the wording a little bit to say Merry Christmas. Well, to ask you to say Merry Christmas with a donation. It's a little bit of grift. But the rest of Christmas and New Year now, there won't be a donate link at the top of chat. I can get through without any more. There'll still be it is buried in my standard text in the description. It is just standard blurb that I copy and paste each time. I'll put an introductory paragraph at the top, but you can safely ignore it. I've got enough. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure I've got enough to get by Christmas and New Year now. I might even be able to afford, it won't get here before Christmas or anything. I might be able to spend 20 or 30 euros like on Temu or something, getting a few bits and pieces that I could utilize. So I don't know if you know, I have a cookery playlist. I haven't done any cooking on the playlist in forever. Main reason is I've done most of the things that I eat I've already recorded. Your one pot stews and your spag balls or pasta bolognese, carbonaras and whatever. Pretty much done all that. But the one hurdle to me doing other meals is measuring, baking in particular. I don't have a weight scale. And I went across to the Chino Bazaar a few weeks ago. It's not a couple, but maybe a month ago, looking for a weight scale. I couldn't even find them. I'm on the aisle or aisles with all of the cookery things. I couldn't find roasting tins, and I couldn't find weight scales or measuring jugs or measuring cups, or measuring spoons. Nothing measuring wise. I would like to have a roasting tin, even though it's going to be set over direct flame. I've got an enamel. It looks like an enamel roasting pan, but I'm not sure about direct heat like flame. It's the kind of thing you would put in an oven in hot air, but not. I don't think you would sit it directly on a flame, like on the hob. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. Don't know, guys. Don't know. I got to work. I'm not paying his prices either for shit that breaks as often as I've seen his stuff break. So if I was to order some of this stuff from Temu, it's not going to get here before Christmas. Really unlikely. But I might put a small order in. I've seen some bits and pieces. I have actually got like a really long. I've added a lot of things to the basket over there. But when you get there on Temu, when you get there and you click purchase, it brings up the list and you can buy some stuff now and you can leave other stuff for later. You can add it to a kind of a wish list or just postpone the purchase. I don't know how you would. I haven't actually bought anything since I bought the little batteries. The double A's and the triple A's that plug directly onto the USB cables. No charger required. You just stick a USB A to C cable in. But it's maybe time I improve things. Just the stuff that's 1 and 2 and 3 euros. You know. The last time I bought electric weight scales, battery operated, I think they were about 5 euros. Now those came from Amazon, but I'm not paying like 10, 20, you know, I'm not wasting money, but stuff that would allow me to like build the channel really. What cooking? Cooking is you throw stuff together and it's plus or minus 10 or 20% on your weights. It doesn't really matter. But baking is more chemistry. You got to get your volumes and your weights just so. Um, so it'd be nice to be able to do something like that, like cook a cake or even see Yorkshire puddings. You go more by equal volume than equal weight. So maybe I'll manage that better. I think the last time I tried it, I ended up with a really flat thing. It didn't really. But again, direct heat rather than an oven. Um, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Still, Roger's the only person who's speaking to me. Where are you all? Or is this me? I'm just going to check. I'm going to go top chat and then live chat, just in case. No, it is. Nobody's talking to me. Come on, you buggers. There's 13 of you there. If you don't take part, it gets boring quickly. I'll run out of shit to prattle on about. Rob B, I haven't had an alert from you, a notification in a little while. UK Richie has just arrived. Keep your fucking money in your pocket, you bugger. That's all I'm saying. I don't think I thanked you through the PayPal stuff, but I thanked you as you did it. So what happened with the EcoFlow? Well, like I said, for the past few weeks, I've been having this little issue where it gets down to 40, and sometimes that's just it gone. And the other day, I plugged it back into the solar panel just at daybreak, and there was enough ambient light to trigger the panel enough to run the EcoFlow. EcoFlow comes on and says it's got 40% power still. Having been turned off, I've done short press, I've done long press, fucking dead as a brick. Comes on saying it's still got 40. 5 minutes later, I plug the freezer in. It says it's going to be a sunny day all day. I've got 40%. That's power to spare first thing in the morning. Let's get the fridge cold so I don't have to charge it through the day. It sits there for 5 minutes, and as soon as the compressor kind of kicks in, the EcoFlow goes to 0. And so this made me think, I'm going to let it get up to 30 or 40%, make sure it's got some actual power. Then we're going to do the firmware update. That's when I spotted it was on 0.0.0.1. Did the firmware update. Tiggity-boo. Appears to have worked. Last night, I ran it down to 40 or 35, something like that overnight. Nothing disappeared, but it doesn't always. It's on the first day, after it's been zeroed, it tends to work. It's on the second or third day that it's somehow lost track. So this is what it might need the recalibration, or it might just have been a bum version of firmware because I was on 0.0.0.1. But it's been operating fine. It's been running at 3 degrees through today. Every time it gets above 5 or 6, I've run it and knocked it back down closer to 0. So I'm using it more as a fridge. It isn't. I'm not really using it as a fridge freezer. It will say it's down at -15 when it really gets down there, but that's where the sensor is, probably right next to the cooling mechanism, and it's probably sensing the air temperature in there, or maybe just the temperature of the cooling element. I don't know. But after quarter of an hour, when you turn it off, after quarter of an hour, it heads on back up towards like -2 and -1 at 0. And then over time, obviously, it rises a little bit above and stabilizes. If I don't run it overnight, it might get as high as 8, which for a fridge is too high, really, especially I've got meat in there. 6, 7, 8's a little bit. You want to keep it below 3, ideally, as a refrigerator. But I'm a tramping a field. I don't get to you know, dictate these things all the time. But it seems stable now. I've just spent today updating the firmware, not the firmware, well, the OS, it's the user interface on Samsung. What do they call it? UI. Is it just then a number? Is it? There might be another letter. User interface, UI something or other, and then a number. It's just spent the day. This phone annoys the shit out of me. It's set to update from either mobile data or Wi-Fi, and when the phone had the SIM card, it wouldn't update. Even though it's set, I can take you into the I'll make a video of it one day. It's set to update from either, and when it's got the SIM, so it's got the mobile data, it won't update. It says can't connect to Wi-Fi. So I've had to move this. I had already moved the SIM card over to here last week, if you remember, during the low power week. And this thing, so today I finally bit the bullet and pushed the button. Did an update. 5 minutes later, oh, there's another update. It won't just jump to a full update of the latest version. It has to step through each incremental update. It's a right pain in the ass. That's why I was 2 minutes late getting started tonight. It was doing a second update and it took forever. It's a nightmare. Well, so there was UK Richard. So what happened with the UK floor? Okay, you guys there's a slow chat tonight. Oh, and I've lost half the audience. You were on 13 or 14 people, now you're down to 10. But I do have 10 thumbs up. I appreciate that, folks. Always appreciate the thumbs up. Do you think I should maybe wash this glass one day? It's plastic. I don't think it does really come clean. It's embedded in. Like I said earlier, oh, that's quite tart. My friend Tom dropped off a bag of stuff, amongst which was, sorry, excuse the close-up. That's going to be reversed for you guys, isn't it? Again, why does YouTube not have a setting for me to reverse the forward camera? I'm going to start tomorrow. I'm going to start testing some different software. You can connect to YouTube systems through other apps. And my mate Scruff Dog recommended one a while back. And it allows all sorts of fancy stuff that this shit doesn't. I'm going to do it, initially I'll do it, it'll be like a private live stream that nobody has the link to. Maybe after that, at some point this next week, I might do the same thing, a private live stream, but give you guys the link in either in chat or in a comment. And you can expect things to go wonky. You can expect things to go sideways. Tech, new things, me not knowing what the buttons do, all of that. You can expect it to go wonky and go wrong. So it'll probably never go public. But if you're available at the time when I do it, and if you'd like, basically you're not going to be really entertained. You're just helping me sort out a possible way forward with a better technology, with a better program, a better system for doing these live streams. One where if I want to go off and look something up online, I'll be able to share that with you rather than picking the camera up and pointing it at a tablet. I'll be able to screen share. You'll get the view of me browsing the internet, and you'll get a little inset of me sitting here, and we'll get, you know, there's just more to do and more ability and more options, I'm told. I guess, good God, you've all left. We're down to 6. What happened there? I'm hoping that's just a glitch and not real. Otherwise I've bored you all shitless and you're leaving. More questions, folks. Is there anybody there? Who's chatting? Normally we're busier than this on a Friday. What happened? So Rob, why have I not had any notifications? Have you not been doing the music, or is it just Google and YouTube doing their funniness and not sending out the alerts stroke notifications? I don't know what happened. I think it's about 3 weeks ago since I last listened to one of your mixes or whatever what are they called? But your top tunes that you usually release on a Friday, sometimes a Saturday. I just haven't had the alert. Now maybe I should come to you and come looking instead of waiting for the alerts. Might be my fault, mate. I do apologise. Okay, where are we? There's more of you here now than when we first started. I don't know whether you saw the Christmas tree. Some of you won't have seen the Christmas tree. Let's show you. It is just on a chair and leaning a little bit. I got to try and find a better space. What I'm going to do at some point in the next few days, I've got 2 tables outside, one of which is a little folding table. As it gets dark, I'm going to put it outside on that side in the field. I'm going to put the Christmas tree on the table. The EcoFlow should reach there actually. If not, I'll take the EcoFlow outside. And then after half an hour or maybe an hour, I'm going to take it outside that way, the other way, on the table. And just, I don't know, entertain the world with a stunning Christmas tree in a field. If I could get some sort of sign, a light that said Feliz Navidad. Maybe put a begging bowl. No, I don't need a begging bowl, do I? Like I was just saying, I've got enough money now. If I was hard up, I would probably push the grift a little bit. But no, I'm all right for this year. I'm all right. I'm confident in my ability to stay dry, to stay warm, to have enough money and enough food, and even a little bit of drink. Always nice. Keep my doggy fed, keep me fed. Oh, how would you put it? I got to be careful here. My first Christmas in this field was fantastic because I found that big bin bag, commercial sized bin bag, full of pastries and pasties and pizzas, all the peas. Empanada. That's a P. It's got a P as the second syllable, hasn't it? Empanada. Yeah, I had a Christmas dinner planned. I had my Yule log set up. I was going to have a nice big fire. I didn't need it. I had all the food I needed. It would have been nice to have sat outside with like a campfire. I had my big Yule log picked out. I figured, although I'd had grief from the cops and things about fires, I figured midwinter they can't really be complaining. There can't be fire restrictions in place over Christmas, over like deepest, darkest midwinter. I don't actually know. I don't know where to look for such info, but or I didn't. I have since found it, but oh, I didn't know. I tell her, I didn't even have a device to look it up on that year. That's why I didn't look it up. I didn't even have a device at that point. I'd been flooded out twice, hadn't I? Everything was broken. I didn't have devices to look it up. So I had literally no way of knowing whether there were fire restrictions or fire warnings. I had no way of knowing. Let's talk about that first Christmas Eve. That was interesting. So I'm living in just a bedroll outside still. No, there's no shelter, there's no tent, it's just me and a bedroll. And I'd rolled it up, so it's all tarp on the outside. And me and Tina went for a walk and sat on the cliff tops. Now I had a flask. The two ladies that eventually bought me a phone a few months later had bought me like a thermos flask, not branded, but you know, a vacuum flask uh, for my birthday. So the end of November. So I had that for December, and I put coffee in that, and I had a smaller, like a metallic bottle, a single wall flask, you might call it, from Damien. Um, well, if you look back at the early videos, when the channel begun, Damien and Simon are all over it. But Damien brought me the metallic flasks, the single wall flasks. And into those, I'd put red wine and cola. And I was feeling a little bit down and despondent. And so I took Tina for a walk at night, like 10:30. And we went along to the chairs, to the benches on top of the cliff, on top of the cliffs where we used to sit through the day. We went there at night, Christmas Eve, and the idea was sit there in the cold. I had like 5 or 6 layers on. I had all the layers: short sleeve t-shirt, long sleeve t-shirt, thin jumper, thick jumper, hoodie, and then a survival jacket. It's cold outside in winter. I don't know if you know this, especially on the cliff tops if there's a breeze. But we went there and we sat there, and we're just enjoying. You can hear people going past and they're pipping car horns, and it's all getting ready for. At midnight, there's loads of fireworks going to go off because Spain. It's just Christmas Eve. But then we're on one promontory, and over on the next promontory, you hear a dog yelp. And then people start driving their cars up towards the cliff tops and shining their headlights, trying to see what's going on, see if they can help someone. Turns out a dog has fallen. He's been running along the edge of the cliff, and he's lost his footing and gone over. He or she, I've no idea. So then you've got all the action. You got the fire brigade come out. Not that they're that bothered about a dog really, but it's a practice run. What would they do if a person had fallen from a cliff top? And they've got these big, long, triple and quadruple extension ladder things that reach right down. And they start, you see men and ropes and getting on ladders and all of that. And then the fire brigade are right, they're on top of it, they've got it sorted. But then the policia local arrive, and you can hear sirens all around Torrevieja. It's an event for them. They're all going to fucking turn out. Anywhere else in Torrevieja, there's going to be no fucking cops anywhere because everybody rushes here. So you've got about 10 policia local fucking stood around, basically doing nothing but trying to be in charge. And then the Guardia Civil arrive and they push the policia local out the way and tell them to fuck off. We're in charge because we're the Guardia Civil. And then none of these guys can do fuck all. They can't help. They can't do anything. They can't. They're securing the scene while the firemen do their thing. The firemen are doing their thing. There's 3 engines here. There's guys with ropes and harnesses. They're climbing down ladders. The ladders might be a bit precarious, hence the ropes and the the safety lines and what have you. And one guy goes down and he comes up with a dog slung around his shoulders. Now, if it had been a person, there'd have been an ambulance there, but it's just a fucking dog. Nobody cares. They just pass the dog to the owners and tell them to take it to a vet. And after an hour and a half, it's all sorted, and the Guardia Civil are the last to leave because fuck knows why. Honestly, if you're a taxpayer in Torrevieja, ask yourself what you're getting out of that. All those policia local and all of those Guardia Civil, to do what? To be in charge while the firemen do their thing and rescue a dog. What are you getting for your money? It surprises me, it amazes me, I've no idea. Is Tina okay? Tina's fantastic. Kev arrived and straight away started deleting his own messages. Looks right cozy in there. It is with the Christmas tree and with me in bed with four layers of blankets and quilts. I think I would class this maybe as a blanket rather than a quilt. I'm not sure. There are two layers of rather manky quilt, and then there's this really nice blanket. But over here, if she'll allow me, she probably won't. But over here, look, there's a Tina girl. Hello, babe. If I cover your eyes, can you talk to the peoples for me? Come on. Entertaining the peoples is how we earn a crust and stay in food. I got to buy you some food soon, haven't I? I got to buy some Tina food. Yeah. The last sack of dog food that we're on at the minute, that was brought by Josie from chat. I don't think she's here yet. She may be soon. That was brought by Josie on the day that I took the old tent down and put this one up. It's maybe 8 months ago now. I'd have to check back on the dates to be sure. Certainly more than 6 and less than 12. I'll settle on 7 or 8 months. We're about 3/4, maybe 4/5 of the way through that sack now. So I've got the money for that. The logistics of getting an 18-kilogram bag of dog food back. I used to carry, when Tina could walk, I used to carry them back on my shoulder, on my back. What's 18 kilograms? 36 plus 4, 40 pounds, is that right? 18. The bags used to be 22 kilograms, and they shrunk from 22 down to 18, and eventually down to 16, and now they're making their way back up. So you kind of got the opposite of shrinkflation. They did shrinkflate. Now you're getting extra again for the same or less price. The price came down, and the size of the bags went back up. Now, obviously, I haven't looked I've only been at the supermarket once this year. Oops. So I only got halfway through the store before I had more than enough and had to call the shopping trip to an end. We've still got to go 3 times. I'm going to go tomorrow maybe not as soon as I wake up, but as soon as I'm up and about. Definitely before 10 o'clock, once I'm up and awake. We're gonna go tomorrow. I'm not sure if they're open if they're open Sunday. I might go Sunday morning. I'll have to check. I should have checked earlier whether Aldi are open this Sunday. I would imagine that the last Sunday before Christmas they will be, even if it's only 9 while 3. So I'll go and do that, and then one day nearer Christmas I need to go and do the whatever kind of protein I'm having, whatever kind of meat. Whether it ends up as turkey, chicken, or rabbit. I'd prefer turkey. I'd like a whole turkey, I'm just not sure of the cooking of it. In theory, spatchcocking it and cooking the whole thing in a pan. In practice, I'd probably end up spatchcocking and only doing half. You know what spatchcocking is? Cut either side of the spine and take that out. Flatten the whole thing out. And normally you put it in a roasting tin. As normal. And it cooks 3, maybe 4 times faster than just roasting the entire turkey. But my frying pans aren't big. I would need 2 large frying pans or 2 large roasting tins. If I could find roasting tins cheap enough. So I put it in one roasting tin with another one upturned to create something resembling an oven. Especially if I could get the turkey off the bottom, off the surface. Put slice some carrots in half, and and lay them out, kind of spaced apart, and then lay the turkey over. So the turkey's not sat on the bottom of because we got heat directly on it. It's not an oven. It's a pan being heated directly from below. So you want to get your meat off that bottom. Create an oven type situation where air can circulate. A little bit of water or something for moisture so it doesn't dry out too much. But it won't take as long to cook once it's spatchcocked, once it's laid out. In theory, that's the idea. Last year I did something smaller. I think I had a crown and just in the frying pan. But it's not an ideal. You don't just fry turkey in a pan. You get an oil drum, fill it with fat, and you put the frozen turkey in. Like all the American videos where the oil boils over and ends up going into the flames and causing a house fire. That's how you cook a turkey. But that's not Christmas, that's Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's kind of the latest on the plans. Still planning, and turkey would be preferred. I don't know if they do full turkeys in the supermarket. I've got half a recollection of getting one year from the supermarket. I think I bought frozen. And bearing in mind, folks, I'm in a new supermarket that I've only ever. I went in once last year, 3 days before Christmas. So I don't know this supermarket. I may end up doing 1 or 2 trips to the Aldi that's nearest. I may end up taking a trip up to the Mercadona, but it means going higher up the hill. That's like that. I'll end up either pulling or pushing Tina up the hill. I don't know. My plan is still to do 3 shopping trips between now and then. I almost went today, but I had this idea of going to Tweeties today because I still haven't. You know what I've said about stipulations when someone sends me money and earmarks it for a thing? Josie, our friend who's often in chat, Josie and Peter, they sent me some money for my birthday and said go to Tweeties. I didn't go then, and I haven't gone in the intervening week or 2. Kind of almost could have gone today, but I was managing the power, and then I fell asleep. And when I woke up, there was this cold edge to the weather, to the temperature and whatever else. There was mist over the sea. It's kind of getting foggy or misty, encroaching towards the coast, and it's a little bit. And we have to sit out. Obviously, me and a dog, we can't go inside the place. We have to sit outside, and we'd left it a bit late. It was getting a bit cool. It was going to be dark soon. I just didn't. Oh, and then Tom turned up. It's a good job I didn't leave because I could have been away when Tom arrived. That would have been my last chance to see him before Christmas, as he's leaving the country 6 in the morning. So it kind of all worked out best this way. I'll hold in reserve my obligation to treat myself at Tweeties. Obviously not next Friday because that will be Boxing Day. I don't know if they're open between Christmas and New Year anyway. So next Saturday's an option if they're open. Other than that, Saturday, what's that? A couple of days after New Year it'll be, wouldn't it, in a fortnight? I'm never sure. Christmas Eve lines up with New Year's Eve, yeah? New Year's Day is the bank holiday. It's lining up the days. I'll sort something. I can't not go. I have to go to Tweeters at some point because, like I've always prided myself, sticking with stipulations people make with donations. This is definitely not for alcohol. Okay? Not alcohol. Roger. Understood. Someone sends money and says, get yourself a beer or 2. Okay. If someone says this is all for beer. UK Richie sent me some money the other day and said for some Christmas frippery, for some Christmas silliness. I can't remember the exact wording, but you know, basically blow it on something and nothing. Don't spend it on serious. Um, I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing UK Richie. Um, I've thought about going over there to the Chino Bazaar and buying a couple of Christmas hats, Father Christmas hats. One for me, one for Tina, which has special meaning to me because if you've heard the tale of how I got Tina, the lady walking around with these posters, in the poster, Tina was very, very skinny, but she had a Santa hat on in the photo. So to see Tina, I would need, it'd have to have an elasticated. You couldn't just put it on her head; she'd shake it off straight away. But if I can get one with some elastic to go under her chin, is it a chin snout? I'm not sure what the terminology is, but if I could get a Father Christmas hat with some loose elastic for Tina, I'd be willing to waste, I don't know what, €3-4 on that. I don't know how much it'd be, and obviously I got to match her, so I'd have to have one as well. I was always the one, you know, when you go out to like a restaurant or something for a Christmas dinner and everyone's sitting there prim and proper. I was always the one to put the paper crown on. Oh, when I first met the wife, we went to we were she was at Reebok. I ended up working at Reebok later, but we went to the works Christmas do. My God, we had a fucking argument because I put the Christmas hat on, and she thought it was stupid. And only about a quarter of the people that in the room. It was a big, it's a big warehouse and offices. National Distribution Centre in Morecambe. Uh, when we got home, big fucking argument. She had her way of doing things, and if you did it different, especially in the early days, that first couple of years, my God, we split up 3 or 4 times, and always over shit. What order to wash the fucking dishes? I'd always stick my hand in and dig around and pull out all the knives, forks, and spoons, all the cutlery from the bottom. I'd start with the cutlery while the water was nice and clean. And then I'd start at the top with the bowls and the saucers and the plates. No, I was doing it wrong. In her house, in her parents' house, they did it different. And that was a major fucking disagreement, and we literally split up over that argument. Crawling back home to mummy. And about a week later we got back together. Where was that? The Christmas, yeah, wearing the Christmas hat. And the other one, big other one, we went to Pete. We'd been, so again, Reebok. We'd been to Bolton versus Liverpool. Now, the National Distribution Centre and the offices of Reebok UK were Morecambe. Bolton had, was it Reebok Europe? Anyway, some other bigger branch of Reebok was based in Bolton. And so when Liverpool played Bolton, there was a works do. We got free tickets and passes to VIP areas and shit. Anyway, when we got home, we stopped off at, I think it's Pizza Land. Might have been a Pizza Express or a pizza fucking something or other. Anyway, I cut my pizza into 6 or 8, whatever it was, and then I picked it up. Because that's how you eat fucking pizza. Oh, no. No, knife and fork, folks. If you're not eating knife and fork, you're a fucking yob. And she starts scowling and I can tell that whole, I'm not happy, but if you don't know why, I'm not going to tell you. Fuck. Yeah. That's about 6 months before we got married. Rabbit sounds good. Rabbit's a lovely, lovely meat. I really do like rabbit. I do. I really, really like rabbit. I'm not sure it's a Christmas meal though. Now, I could have gone pigeons in red wine, but nobody sells pigeons. You see, if I'd bought the catapult that I was thinking of, I could have got my own. I've no idea what the rules are in Spain. In the UK, see, this goes back to one of these ones where I had a guy fact checking me all the time in the past, and I said that you could kill pigeons; they were vermin in the UK. Now, slight correction to that. He told me I was just wrong. I'm not. The pigeons with the bluey grey heads and the greeny turquoisey chests, necks and chests, you can't kill those. But the brown ones, the ones that are kind of a light brown fawn colour, the wood pigeons, those are fair game. Those are classed as vermin and you can take those out at will. Any way you want. Shotgun, air gun, catapult, fucking traps on the ground. Go get them. Go get them. They're yours. Take them out, boys. See, I'm never really wrong. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. Maybe a slight correction, but not wrong. Very, very rarely. If you remember the Egyptian god that ejaculated the universe. I was fact checked and told no, wrong, and I did my own fact checking and was told I was wrong. And a month later, there it is, suddenly online, and I was right. It's more ancient than the Egyptians that we read about. It's an earlier, like the earliest bunch of Egyptians. Never wrong. Sometimes just not 100% correct. But 80 or 90%, it's never wrong, folks. If I heard it somewhere, it's in here. I might not be able to recall the right word. I might not be able to remember where or when or why I heard it. I might have heard it when I was a 7-year-old or a 10-year-old. It's in here and it comes out of the blue. It's there. It's one of the greatest abilities you can have. It's such an advantage in school. The ability to just remember shit. Read it once, know it forever. Now, I'm not claiming eidetic memory or whatever it's called. I'm not claiming like photographic memory or just a better than average memory. It's one of the greatest boosts, and allegedly you can train this into kids. If you get a kid early enough, 3, 4, 5, and you play memory games with them, get a tray and put things on. A corkscrew, a screwdriver, a bottle top, or this or that or the other, and get them to close their eyes, turn away, and you take 2 items away. What's missing? You play that kind of shit early on. Make it something that it's fun, but that they want to do, and strengthen that memory, that ability early on. You can program them to have a better memory. Allegedly. Apparently. Let's have a think, chaps. Let's have a think, chaps and chapesses. Gentleman and female gentleman was a phrase I heard a little while ago. Next question or comment or topic, folks, or do you want me to just rabbit on and rabbit on? That was a pun unintended but acknowledged. UK Richie. I had to check earlier whether you'd got a T in your name in the Richie. I don't know if that's a thing or if that's just my bad memory. Do some people put a T in Richie? See, Richard's one of those brilliant names where you've got so many variations. A lot like Frederick, which is my dad's name. You can be Fred, Derek. Well, you can be Fred, Freddie. Obviously, so Frederick, Fred, Freddie, Derek, Eric, Rick. You got all the You don't normally get like 5 or 6 variations of your name. But Richards have got Richard, Rick, Dick, Richie, Dickie. There's probably more that just aren't coming to mind. Who was it that told Dickie Davis to call himself Dickie Davis? He was always He was always Richard Davis, and someone said it would make better marketing to be Dickie Davis. He didn't like it. His family didn't like it, like wife or whatever. But when it came to being a TV presenter, sports presenter, it just worked. World of Sport, if anybody remembers. Back when World of Sport and Grandstand competed. Back when I was a kid, I was always Tricky Dicky. Well, there you go. I mean, that's probably, I don't know actually how old you are, but you would have been at or around the time of Richard Nixon, perhaps. You know, maybe within 5 or 10 years. So Tricky Dicky was a thing anyway, wasn't it? I'm not even. Do I know what years we're talking about? Was it? It was Tricky Dicky. That was it. Gerald Ford, after Nixon, is the only president to resign, isn't he, in office? Tricky Dicky, Richard Nixon. Then was it Carter? Carter, Reagan, Bush Senior, Clinton. Then I was going to say Osama. That's not right. Obama. Fuck. The Irish guy. The Obama boy. From Obama, where did we go? Junior. No, have I missed one? Hold on. I've missed one, haven't I? Have I said Clinton? Did I do Clinton? Clinton, and then Bush Jr., then Obama. What year does that take us up to? Somewhere around 2012. I can't remember them all, folks. Who came after Obama? That was when they wanted to put Clinton female in. So that would be... Did Obama do 08 until 16? So then it's Trump. Okay. And then whatever the old skeleton that was just in the walking Alzheimer's case, whose name I never did get a hold of. And then Trump again. Who was the guy? What was he called? Biden, Joe Biden. Been in Congress since about 18, I think since 1776. Fuck. Biden, yeah. I got there in the end, mate. I got there. It was a race, but I got there. Tricky Dicky, though. That was Nixon's nickname. I don't know why I went off on a prove my memory. I do have a memory sometimes. It's not always perfect. Struggling for words pisses me right off. It's getting worse. This was part of the reason, going right back, folks, to why I'm even in Spain. I was kind of getting bored with my business. I'd separated from the wife and divorce was looming. I do hate that. All that noise. I mean, there was 2 or 3 people on motorbikes. But all that noise to transport one person from A to B. I admire those electric scooters. They're a nuisance sometimes if used wrong. But all that noise, everywhere they go, there's 50 people listening to them. Probably more if you're on this main road, because there's nobody on the right-hand side. There's probably 50 people listening. But when they're in town centre, there's probably 200 people listening to them at any one moment. That's a lot of inconvenience to society for one person to get from A to B, when they could have been stood up silently on a fucking electric scooter. Like I said, not the biggest fan of them, but You know. How the Democrats choose their candidates is beyond me. They certainly value age and experience. Until they switch to I never know where the emphasis goes here. I'll probably be called racist or something. Is it Kamala or Kamala? No offense intended. There were no Kamalas in my class at school. I don't. We didn't have any Kamalas or Zebedies or Zebediahs or we I don't know. We had Janes and Jennifers and Debbies, Deborahs. Proper names. No Shaniquas or anything. I mean, it's incredible. Yeah, no, I mean, they ignored their own selection processes last time, and it's even arguable they broke the law. All of the fundraising for Biden should have been explicitly ring fenced for Biden. When another candidate takes over, should do her own fundraising, not just get that pot of money that was raised for him. So I'm told. I mean, I'm no expert on the American electoral procedures or rules, but so I read. It's possible I was reading a far right blog that was that you know. It's possible I was reading something that's not far right, but that was right of centre, and that was against them. But I'm not even going to read that one out. Miss Harris couldn't speak in sentences. Just yeah, when she was interviewed and pushed, didn't I'm going to say CBS. They did a BBC, but in her favour. They edited 2 portions. She did so much word salad in between that they cut a load out that was nonsense and took a beginning of an answer and something that sounded almost cogent, put them together and tried to make out it was one, cogent phrase. They basically just cut out 2 minutes of waffle. So they did an inverse BBC. They didn't try and make her sound bad. They edited it to make her sound better than she actually was. Some would say. Now, you do know that I am nowadays considered right of centre. I will accept and acknowledge my biases. In mitigation, I will say that without actually changing any of my views, I was always left of centre. And at some points, quite far left of centre without specifying the specifics that I've said before. Seems to upset some people. If I mention Arthur Scargill, I lose subscribers. So what do? I don't know. I mention him, I guess, just to fucking rub it in. Yeah, I'm not reading that one. Hello, goodbye. But just to let you know, I gave away one of my tents this week. If you weren't here the other day, but not your one. I've still got subscriber 100's tent as my emergency fallback, because I'm in this tent. I think it's going to do me winter. I've got my next big tent, and I've still got one fallback. But a friend of mine had his tent attacked, cut to ribbons, and people urinated all over his bedding. He came here. I gave him one of my backup tents. I gave him a one that's like yoga mat kind of. It's a bit bigger than that, thicker than that, like a foil, a bedroll that a hiker. I was struggling. I had hijacker in mind rather than hiker. I don't know why. But one of those bedrolls that they would use to put on the floor, and a survival sleeping bag. So tent, survival sleeping bag, and bedroll. And you got to help a guy out when he's stuck, haven't you? So I hope that no one who's ever donated these things minds that some of them have been passed on. I do still have one of those bedrolls. I still have a backup tent, and I've still got 2 survival sleeping bags. It's funny what you acquire over time, isn't it? It did actually give me a chance to clear some space in the storage room. Although I knew I had these things and I was looking for them, and I did make a right mess in there while digging around trying to find shit. But yeah, I'm right off right. Right off or right off? I no longer, no, this, what do they call it? The Overton window. Everything, the last, I don't know, I hear people say 2016 onwards. Based not just on politics, but on pop culture. It's when all the race swapping and gender swapping and everything really kicked into gear in movies, in computer games. It's when the uglification of computer games. Females in computer. You used to have Lara Croft, slim waist, big boobs, good looking girl. Obviously, it was 8-bit and blocky way back. But if you look at characters in computer games and similar nowadays, they're fat, they're ugly, they've got the shaved lesbian head cut, they've got the piercings, the septum and eyebrow and fucking whatever. The uglification of women in computer games is a recognised thing. But the when they do the Little Mermaid, who's Danish folklore, and they make her black, when they start telling you that Vikings were black, what was the one this week that's finally been resolved, and people have been saying it for about 5 years? Was it Beachy Head Girl? I don't think it was Beachy Head, but it was one of the cliffs. They found a, I don't know what, 5,000-year-old remains. I'm not going to say body. And that David Olugosu, or whatever he's called, the historian that's on the BBC all the time, apparently. They do measurements, basically phrenology. They look at the bumps and the shape of the skull and decided that the earliest Britons were black. DNA tests are a thing. Why are we using fucking phrenology? Lumps and bumps on the skull, how wide apart the eyes, all of that stuff that was supposed to tell who was a criminal or not in the Victorian times. It was all bullshit science. But people like I can't even remember. Ollie Golly, can you say Golly? Ollie Golusu. I can't remember his name. It's not intentional racism. I'm just an idiot when it comes to names. I've never seen him. I'm not in Britain. I don't watch the BBC. I hear a guy online called Simon Webb, History Debunked. Is his channel. He's always ripping him apart. The assumption that everything was black and that blacks built Stonehenge and that black people were the first Brits and blah blah blah. DNA is a thing. DNA conclusively proved a couple of years ago, but they've just got around to doing another study and finalising the results, so it's news this week. But yeah, this whole wokeism and everyone's black and race swapping and gender swapping and trans characters in games. I'll honestly tell you, I've never met a trans person in my fucking life. We certainly had none in school. And my schools had 1,500 people in them. My high school, Darfield Folsom High School, there were about 10 classes per year and 5 years, and there was 30 or more people to a class. Never met an actual. I've seen transvestites in the bar on a Saturday night. I've gone out in stockings and suspenders and a miniskirt myself on a Saturday night. That was a sponsored thing. Don't hold it against me. We were raising money for cancer charities and kids and stuff. I assume there are pictures somewhere, but I haven't got any. There will be pictures somewhere. Someone in Morecambe will have pictures. I'm not pointing in the direction of anybody, but hold on. No, no longer know whether wackos on both. Yeah. I'm not claiming that it's all left wing nutters. There are right wing nutters. I'm not. I don't believe that there is a far right in the way that we would have understood the term far right 40 years ago. I don't think there are people with swastikas tattooed on their forehead going around. I mean, there are. I mean, there aren't any in any appreciable numbers. They are. They like in the 80s. There were skinheads and mods and rockers and skinheads still fighting. I remember being on Morecambe Pier and somebody got his finger cut off because he was the wrong flavour of youth. Um, I don't remember. I don't remember what. I think a skinhead got his finger cut off by a rocker, but it's a really vague memory from when I was about 13 or 14. Um, was it actually the 80s? I think so, early 80s, probably about 82, 83. Um, is there a far right in any appreciable number? I don't think so. I think the left came up with far right and alt right and all of those terms. See, we used to talk about the loony left. Nobody talks about that anymore. And the left nowadays, the extreme left, are far more loony left than the British Labour Party in the 80s under Michael Foot. So yeah, who knows where left and right? Who knows where centre is anymore? You can be just slightly right of centre. You can be left nowadays, right? If you're left of centre but only just, to the loons on the far left, you're a fucking Nazi. Everybody who isn't left enough is far right. That's the life changed after 9/11. Everything went to shit after that. Lots changed. The imposition of taking your shoes off and your taking your shoes off and your belt off at the airport. Has that ever found anybody doing anything? Like the one guy smuggled something onto a plane in his undies, and it was a binary chemical thing, and he got a leak and it went off early, and he burnt his balls. It didn't explode, it didn't take the plane out. That's the only thing I remember getting through an airport, through those. And they're not making you take your undies off at the airport, are they? But everybody taking belts off and shoes and shuffling along, and woe betide you if you happen to have a fucking hole in your sock. It's theatre. It didn't find anybody doing anything. Meanwhile, the SAS run tests and they walk through the airport with Semtex or fake Semtex that's supposed to trigger the dogs, and nothing happens. It's theatre, it's pantomime. But I don't know whether wokeness ever started that far back to 2001. Certainly the impinging of rights and the security state, them wanting access to all everybody's emails and phone call metadata and all of the things all the time. I don't know that the whole left right thing though was that early. I'm not sure. I'm open to being convinced. I think of myself as left of centre as a UK Richie. I tend to think of myself as left of centre, but despair of the welfare dependent society that it's created. Are we talking about recent or forever ago? Because I in 1989, no, 1989 I was in London. 1990, I thought I had a job in Wolverhampton and I went there. And there were two particular estates. One was called Low Hill and one was called the Scotlands. And these guys were professional welfare experts. They every fourth or fifth house had a kind of a barrack room lawyer, somebody who knew the benefit system inside out. If you got rejected for a benefit, they told you how to appeal and how to improve your application, what specific words and phrases to use to bend and twist the system to your will. So this is way back 1990. A whole estate, 2 whole estates, where almost nobody worked. Whole generations grew up on benefits. Kids grew up not expecting to get a job, not trying to get a job, expecting to get benefits. And when you ask them, what's your ambition? What do you want in life? Oh, old Mrs. Jenkins down the road, 4 houses from my mum, she'll be dead soon. I'd like to get that council house. Hearing that come from the mouth of a 15-year-old kid, that's their ambition. So welfare state at times and in places creates that mentality. It's not a recent thing though. It's been there a long time. I'm a fan of a welfare state. I'm a tramp in a field. I would love to be picked up by a welfare state, if only for 6 months to try and get shit back on track. I'm a fan of the welfare state, of the NHS, of the other things that come from a welfare. Legal aid. I think legal aid should be restricted to British citizens. I don't think we should be funding lawyers to keep people in the country that shouldn't be in the country. Likewise, the NHS should have a citizenship thing. A tourist visiting, I don't object to. But then again, if you're taken ill in America, I mean, you'll get the emergency treatment, but you'll get the fucking bill to go with it. Free ambulance. I mean, these are part of the NHS that nobody kind of acknowledges. Even in Europe, even in Spain, an ambulance ride will cost you 250 quid, 250 euros. It's usually covered by travel insurance or health insurance or whatever. But even where they have an equivalent of the NHS over here. But when you're first over here, if you're over here on holiday or if you move here, you're expected to take out health insurance for the first year or 2. But yeah, ambulance transport. I admire the fact that we offer that for free. Someone gets knocked over, we don't start asking them what their insurance company is, and big things that the state provides. But I don't like the way that our NHS is constantly on the verge of being overloaded. You get a minor flu outbreak, like you do every winter. Stay away from hospitals, protect the NHS. That was the one I saw today, norovirus, the one that has you ejaculating at both ends. You're emptying, you're evacuating the stomach. How do you put it? Anyway, if you've got symptoms of that and you're really ill, stay away from hospital. Isn't that what a fucking hospital's for? I'm deadly ill. I'm excreting from this end and that end. I want medical help. Stay away from hospital. Fuck off. It's what hospitals are for. If you can't handle sanitation and keeping things clean, you're doing it wrong. When I was a kid, matron would have had everything spick and span, but we've outsourced and subcontracted. We contract it out and they subcontract it out. And suddenly the people on the ward have got no, they don't even call them matron anymore, do they? Ward managers, I believe is the term. They have no control over their ward. They have to put in a request for a proper cleansing, and it might take 48 hours. And you've got no control about whether the person who does it is trying hard enough or not. And if you see them doing it wrong, you don't get to fire them or tell them to fuck off. You have to put in a complaint to the contractor, who will inform the subcontractor, who at any stage of this fucking Chinese whispers, or telephone as you call it in the US, but at any point in this message, they might decide no. They might countermand your request. Shit's gone bad. We have 4 gender people in our school of 2,000 students. How can I put this? Over the last 10 or 15 years, it's become trendy. Apparently, if you walk around high schools now and ask people how many of them are non-binary or gay or trans, if you just leave it as a bucket, as don't ask them to differentiate, up to a third of people asked will put themselves into that bucket, into that category. It's social contagion, I believe is the phrase. It's become trendy, you might say. Some people will find that statement offensive. I kind of don't care. It's a fraction of a percent, isn't it? You say 2,000. 1% of 2,000 would be 20. You got 4. You got a fifth of 1%. 0.002. Ah, well. Okay, that's if you're using 1 as your number. In terms of percentage, 0.2 of a percent, isn't it? 2 out of 1,000. 0.2%. Right, and even that, I don't know, social contagion. You used to go to a rave in Morecambe. You got to learn how to spell it, mate. Moreca. So you're missing an E, and the O should be an A. Morecambe. In the bingo hall. Okay, the bingo hall. If it's the one in the East End, near the Morecambe Hotel, that was just around the corner from where I lived on a street called Rossendale Avenue. Rossendale. E. Don't forget the E. It was a bingo hall. Prior to that, it was an ice skating rink. It's possible that you're talking about a different bingo hall, maybe down the West End. Not sure. But yeah. Barry, I can never get my head around this name. Barry Ace Card Shub? It's a mystery. Right-wing nutters are the religious zealot. Yeah, the right wing, the Bible Belt in America tends to be overly religious. Those are the ones that will ban talking about evolution and various other things. Yeah, I'm not saying that there aren't nutters on both sides. I'm not picking a side and being way off. Let me just check here, folks. I might have to... We're down to 47%. I'm going to put this down. I'm going to give you a last look at my Christmas tree. I'm going to turn the lights off shortly. Well, momentarily. Give me a second. There we go. You don't need me to put the light on for that, do you? There's my Christmas tree, folks. I haven't got infinite power, so I'm going to turn that off now. But Merry Christmas. I can't get my finger on there we go. Now it's gone. For anyone arriving late who would like to see Tina, I'll try not to disturb her too much. Here we go. She's asleep next to me just here in bed. Oh no, your eyes are open. Probably because of the bright light. I'll leave you alone, darling. Quick cuddle. Fruit cuddle. Then go back seepies, okay? Tina go seepies. Tina's gonna go seepies, I'm gonna go wee wee. I think. I'm not drinking anything particularly cold. Well, my beer's cold, but I've hardly touched it. I've been sipping on the wine. I did go to the loo, folks, just before I started, but apparently I need to go again. I'm going to put you on mute. I'm going to go do what I need to do. I'll be back within 2 minutes, and we'll pick up where we just were with the Bible Belt and far right loonies. There's loonies on both sides, but that kind of far right loony, they're not the Nazis, they're not the Ku Klux Klan, they're not what we would have called the far right back in the day. Back within 2 minutes. I just stole a kiss from my little miss. Cuddle rape with my doggy. Hey babe, you're not under the blanket. What have you done? How do you get on top of the blanket? You're meant to be under it. Here you go, stay nice and toasty warm with daddy. Okay folks, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know why my bladder's doing what it's doing today. Tina girl, you can't put your legs under me. That won't work. All right, folks, numbers are a little bit low tonight. It is Black Eye Friday, isn't it? It's the last Friday before Christmas. A lot of works dues and things will probably be happening. People may be out and about. I don't know. Right-wing nutters are the religious zealots. Left-wing nutters are the gender zealots. Yeah, a lot of this stuff. What do they call it? When they take the kids to the library to be read a story by transvestites, transsexuals, I'm not sure what they are half the time. But yeah, that's weird. And it's not even close. These are things that if you were to ask like the general public, if you went down a pub on a typical kind of Friday night or Saturday night and asked people, these are if I said it was 95-5, the percentage split of who's against it and who's for it, it's not even that. It's probably not even that close. It's probably 99% 1% in the real world. If you get away from Twitter, which is bizarrely, certainly my Twitter feed is bizarrely left-wing orientated. The trans brigade have learnt a trick. If you comment on their threads, you know when you get these guys dressed as girls, and they'll write, a trans woman is a woman, a trans woman is a real. They write a line. It's like they're doing lines at school. They'll write it like 20 times, try to convince themselves. If you comment on that, even if you comment against them, they'll like you and follow you. And that fucks up the algorithm. And it brings in more and more and more of them. You end up getting followed by a load of them, and that's all you see then in your feed. So you got to block each and every one of them. As they follow you, go to their profile, block, block. As soon as you see one of those weird flags with the light blue lines and whatever it is that's going on. Otherwise, they've learned that they can tweak, they can fuck the algorithm and swamp you with their stuff. A close friend more comfortable in women's clothes, but he's not any kind of activist. It's just part of his identity. You see, this is what what's the comedian called? The guy that ran all the marathons, ginger-haired bloke. I started this sentence and I knew his name, and when I got to saying it, I didn't have it. Anybody? He ran like 30 marathons in 30 days or something like that, with no training. And I almost had it, and it just... I'm going to jump to the bottom in case anybody answered. A good reason not Eddie Izzard. Thank you, UK Richie. It was indeed. He used to say, I'm a transvestite. I don't want it to go any further. I just like women's clothes. And then once this whole trans push happened, he jumped into it, didn't he? He's now... I don't know how far he's gone with it, but he was... The last I heard, he was a trans woman. Now, I got pushed a load of porn the other day. Have I said this? No, I said this talking to Tom earlier. I was on Twitter. Apparently Twitter now allows porn as long as it's not illegal. And I've been bombarded with this trans stuff. And you got all these people with boobs showing their boobs, and then it scrolls down and they've got the meat and two veg still. If you want to say you're a trans woman and you haven't gone the whole hog and chopped it off yet, I'm not even going to entertain the idea that you're... If you've actually gone ahead and done the deed, if you've what they politely call nowadays bottom surgery, castration, I believe, is a proper term. If you've not chopped it all off, you're not committed. You haven't gone for it. I've got no time for you. Doesn't matter how many times you write trans women are real women to try and convince yourself. If you're going to whip out your cock and balls on Twitter, I got no truck with it. Post-surgery, trans woman. This whole question of should a trans woman, so a genetic male, be allowed into women's spaces, changing rooms, etc. I'd be open to the possibility post-surgery. I personally I'm leaning no, but I would be more open to it if they've committed and chopped it off. If it's not possible for them to rape somebody. But while they've still got the tackle, and somehow, and I only had the briefest glimpse of this porn on this page, I scrolled, I didn't understand why I was looking at what I was looking at, and I scrolled, and it, for some reason, Twitter just decided just to fill my fucking stream with this shit. Cock after cock after cock, different people, different women with cocks. Didn't we used to call them ladyboys? Anyway, apparently that's not allowed anymore. I'll get banned. That's okay, you can ban me. These were quite well endowed chaps. I'll be honest, I was fucking jealous of some of them. There's something about the hormones or something that must trigger something. That there's these were big boys. um, I'm not an expert on the topic. I haven't studied massively. I've only got myself to compare against. Maybe the odd porn video over the years. These were big. These were big. I mean, they had tits and everything, but they were big boys. Post surgery can't do any harm. Yeah. I'm just going to scroll back to where I was before I jumped to the end. It looks like I've missed it. Okay, welfare dependent estates have been a thing for decades. Yeah. Where was I? Okay, the close friend, comfortable in women's clothes. I think that's where I was. Let me come forward from there. A bit weird but harmless. Yeah, and what you do in your own home. I mean, they're unlikely to go wandering the streets, I guess. And if they do, it'll be in like a nightclub where they're just having fun. The right wants us to be slaves and have 40 is an achievement. The left wants us to also be slaves but with a different gender. And therefore be, that's the word I'm looking for, neuter, to not be able to breed. And there seems to be a real big movement at the minute away from people having kids. Men and women don't talk anymore. Boys and girls, men and women, youngsters. They don't meet up, they don't hook up, they don't. And you've got this other thing, this hypergamy. I was going to say hypergamy, but that's not right. Hypergamy. The top couple of percent of blokes for dating apps get all the women. All the women. If she's a 10, she wants to go out with him because he's a 10. But if he doesn't find a 10, he'll settle for a 9 or an 8 and even at the bottom, the 3, 4, 5s are hanging on in case they get hoping to get a 10. They won't dream of going out. So someone who's a 5 won't dream of going out with someone on a dating app who's also a 5. A female 5 won't go out with a guy that's a 5. No way. She's holding on for 7, 8, 9s. She may be deep down knows she's not going to get the 10s. But those top couple of guys, those guys at the 8, 9, 10s are getting all the sex, which is a disincentive to settle down. They're getting all the sex. Why would you give that up? Different woman every night. Go back and have a second go at some of them, but not many. It leaves all the other guys, 7, 6, 5, 4, with nothing. Some will say it's even sexist to score people. You know, the Bo Derek kind of, she's a 10, the Dudley Moore thing. Some people don't like even having that conversation, but what else can you do? Science, baby. It's science. You got to introduce some measurements and mathematics into the thing. But the term is hypergamy. And, yeah, like polygamy, hypergamy. The top couple, the 9s and 10s in the blokes, you know, the tall, blonde, 6'4", blue-eyed Swedish bloke ripped with muscles. He's got it on a plate. But there's no settling down. There's no marriage. There's no deliberate kids come from it. So what do you do? What does society do? Where do you want society to go? 40 sounds what's the word? I was going to say adventurous, but no. There's another word and I can't get there. Welfare dependent estates have been around for decades. It's true. You link, was it Liverpool? Toxteth, was it? And these places breed contempt for the system and at times riots and things. You think that people won't shit in their own backyard, but when a riot happens, it's their own backyard that they're ripping up. Hello, goodbye. Subscriber number 100, the donor of one of the tents that I have left, is saying early good night. Good night, hello, goodbye, or goodbye, hello, goodbye. Catch you next time. Young teenagers are confused by self-identity and sexual. Yeah. Now you see, you got to ask yourself, why are they confused? It's because they've received messaging that they weren't equipped to understand. If you haven't come to term with normalcy, and I'm not using that as like a pejorative to beat anybody else over the, even if you're gay or whatever, you have to learn what is considered by society to be the norm, and then you're free to choose otherwise and go another way. But there's a certain level of maturity, a certain level of adolescence you need to be at when your body starts changing and things start happening, and you start to see, if you talk to a 7-year-old about girls, they're going to go, yuck, I prefer boys. Well, yeah, but no. Because by the time they're 13 or 14, they want the girls. But if you're talking to a 7-year-old boy about whether they prefer boys or girls, you're going to get a very different response to talking to a 14 or 15-year-old. On average, in general, on balance, all the caveats, all the things being equal, ceteris paribus, whatever fucking terms you want to throw in there. But in general, that's the case. And if you look at some of the videos online, this might be more of an American thing, but the blue-haired or green-haired school teacher with the septum piercing and the eyebrow piercing and the boyish haircut or the shaved head, they're proud of pushing an agenda even in primary school. And the whole education system was captured some time ago. In the 90s, when I went to university, the Marxist people were quite open and outright about being following a Marxist agenda. In management school, business school, it was everywhere. The Economist, the biggie was behavior in organizations, which basically was the qualification path that you took for what used to be called personnel and became, what did it become? Human resources. If you capture the human resource department in a company or an organization, you then have them selecting who to employ. They're going to pick their own, aren't they? They're going to, of all the graduates that come through, they're going to be picking the ones that are more on the, well, what's the word I'm going to go with? I was going to say lesbian bandwagon, but that might not be the best phraseology. But they're going to be picking people that are likewise left of center. Robert, hello. I am, for some reason, it's jumped to the bottom. Oscar, I see Oscar. Hello, Oscar. I didn't know you were here. Maybe that's just you arriving. I'm just scrolling back to where I just was before it jumped. Okay, there was hello, goodbye, leaving. Okay. Young teenagers, confused gender identity. Yeah. Popular thing for them to discuss between themselves and be confused about. Because they haven't had time to get to know who they are. Some of these concepts just... I don't know how else to put it. You have to let the boys grow up and know that they're into girls. If you start introducing these ideas when they're still at that, girls, yuck, that's going to cause confusion. And the girls likewise, boys, yuck. You can introduce some things too early. The way that this one, the trans debate, telling children that doctors look at you when you're born, they look between the baby's legs and guess their gender. But it's just a guess and it's up to you to decide later on. Thousands of years, the midwife or the doctor have looked and said, congratulations, it's a baby boy. And it was a boy. I mean, it's got a dick, it's a boy. Or it hasn't got a dick, it's a girl. How much more complicated can it be? Oh, it's just a guess. You guessed whether you saw a dick. Seems weird to me. Some things just we've had for thousands of years. It's the way it is. You don't. How did Asmongold put it this way? You don't need a study to know that if you lock a fox in the hen house, in the morning you're gonna have a lot less hens. Some things you don't need a scientific study to just know the truth of. Some things are just a fucking truism. It just is because we know it is and we've always known it is. It just is. You don't get to counter it by saying, show me the scientific study. Hold on, which way did that just... It jumped, and I don't know which way it jumped. Young teenagers come... Reconnecting. I have teenage kids. I was just there, UK Richie. Yeah. Black Eye Friday, a good reason... Is this where we are? No, has it jumped back and I've missed it? I missed the previous line about I have teenage kids, have I? It's jumping like crazy every time I lift my finger. Close friend comfortable in ladies' clothes, yeah. Good night, hello, goodbye. And it jumped because I lifted my finger. Post-surgery, they can't do harm. Where am I? Oscar has no sympathy. Women start this crap by getting the courts to allow women to invade men's and boys only areas. There is an argument to that, isn't there? When you had these gentlemen clubs and strip clubs and places that were specifically for men, golf courses was I guess a thing. And women pushed to be allowed in. And then suddenly you had boys and men pushing to be allowed into the Girl Guides. A little bit bizarre, but it's a kind of turnabout is fair play maneuver to some extent. If it was boys wanting to be in the guides and you stopped calling them Girl Guides, maybe. But men, who are the men that are wanting to go in the Girl Guides and why? You got to be careful of watching men around the fucking Cubs and Scouts. I don't know if there are any stats on what percentage of Scoutmasters turn out to be unsavoury. I would suggest it's higher than the average in the population. I haven't seen a study to say it, but that would be my guesstimate. Again, do you need a scientific study to tell you that you fish where the fish are, don't you? If you're a pedo, you're gonna go where the kids are. Churches, schools, scouts, or cubs, swimming baths. I don't know. Let me scroll forward a little bit. Dating apps sound toxic. Prefer getting drunk in a pub and meeting real people. Sometimes social chemistry happens and I get lucky. Yeah, pubs. I was never really one for picking up in a nightclub. Usually because I'd already had too much to drink in a pub. But colleges, if you do an evening course, an evening class at college, some people will say supermarkets. I always found that a little bit creepy. Now, if women go looking for men in a supermarket, I guess that could work. Men stalking women in supermarkets is probably not the right look. I'm saying probably. If you happenstance, if you know, they drop something or you drop something or you're not paying attention and you smash trolleys into each other. Have I missed? How far have I jumped here? I want to know that I haven't. I don't think I've missed too much here. So we're down with Robert and Evening TrampCast. Yeah. Hello. We're just coming up on 2 hours, which surprises me. The numbers have picked up a little bit. They did drop on my counter. They were down around 5 or 6 at one point. I don't know if that was a glitch with the counter or if I just bored you all. Who knows? Hey, babe, you're kicking me a little bit. What's going on? Tina's just kicking me in the back of the legs. At the minute, her claws are really long because she's not walking on her back paws, and I'm making an extra effort to lift her up so they're not dragging. So they are all the back. I haven't got any clippers. The last time I did them, I used my nail clippers and just took the ends off, but I've lost my nail clippers. I don't want to take a pair of scissors to her paws. Hi, mate. All good. Who are you? That doesn't sound right. That sounds like a typo. All good where I am, maybe. All good here, Ryan. Yes, mate. Everything all right up in Valencia? Yeah, Valencia. Hope everything's okay with you. I'm guessing I'm not going to get to see you before Christmas. You're not coming back down this way in the next few days. So have a good one if well, assuming I don't see you before, have a good one. And everybody, let's do that. I've been holding on to this wine for 2 hours apparently. I filled it up just after we started, did I? I think. It's still here. It was only here. Don't get the size of the glass. It's the only. I broke my glass. It's the. I've got two of these plastic ones, which they're not really designed for wine. I may, when I'm at the supermarket tomorrow, I may buy a paper tablecloth for Christmas, and I might look at getting some kind of plastic wine glasses if there's any such thing in the shop. Assuming I don't have to buy a set of 4. I've got no use for 4. I could get 2 in case people pop round. But cheers, folks. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to the lot of you. Thumbs up if you haven't. I have just turned the Christmas tree off a little while ago because power's getting a little bit low. But yeah, here we are, folks. Okay, would you just? I didn't see the 2 hours come and go. In fact, it'll be 4 minutes past by now, will it? I was 2 minutes late starting the stream for various reasons. EcoFlow cables, wires. I kept catching the oh, it's not plugged in. The where are we? I kept catching. I was trying to arrange the quilts and blankets, and they kept landing on the cables and pulling the phone and the tablet onto the floor. So I was a minute or two late getting going. Here we go. Oscar. Oscar's a little bit more radical in some of his conspiracy theories. So let's. Even the Anglican Church has as many women clergy. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I've got no real right to say being a devout atheist. Can you say devout? Confirmed atheist, I guess, maybe. But changing rules which have been there for like 2,000 years. Yeah. St. Peter was the rock upon which I will build my church, which is interpreted as meaning men. Men are the church. And all of the disciples. You got the whole Mary Magdalene controversy. Some of the Apocrypha, the texts in the 3rd century that didn't make it into the final version of the Bible. Lots of texts were put forward, and they selected and tried to build a narrative. Even though lots of the different books and chapters and pages and things all disagree with each other. What are the biggies? Only 2. Is it only one of the 4 disciples, of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? The resurrection and seeing him the Sunday morning in the Garden of, was that Gethsemane or is that a different story? rolling back the rock and all of that. Only one of them talks about that, I think. There's a lot of things like that where out of 12 guys, and the four main ones, there are clashes and disagreements, and some people talk about things and others don't. And none of this was written by them at the time. It was passed down orally for maybe, some say 100 years or so, some say 300 before it was written and documented. So anyway, let's get back to Oscar's Anglican Church allowing women, and now women are the big probably why the number of parishioners are down. I can't say. Wherever women are involved and take charge, things go tits up. Ooh, controversial. I don't know whether I can. What was the? There was a thing I said a few days ago was it in a conversation or was it in a tweet? When men get together, they bitch about each other, but to their face. We will josh and call names and call people gay or we'll do all of that. When women get together, how does this go? When women get together, they will bitch about men typically, but when they separate, they will bitch about each other behind each other's backs. Very different behaviours amongst the sexes. A man will say that another man's a puff because he, I don't know, didn't drink enough, or somebody. This was the thing, that some wedding invitation had gone out. No, not a wedding. Yeah, there was a wedding going to happen. And it was the invitations to the stag do, and the girlfriends or wives were complaining about the online bullying that was taking place because some people couldn't go, some of the men couldn't go to the stag do. They didn't have the money or so obviously the other guys are saying, oh, come on, you fucking puff. Put your hand in your pocket, get out here, come and have some beer with the lads. And the women all viewed this as online bullying, and we're getting all uptight about it. And it's like, it's man talk. It's what we do. If a guy can't open a jar of pickles, we're going to call him a puff, aren't we? It's not homophobic. It's men call other men effeminate or lacking, or we take the piss that they're just not strong enough. Women get together, they bitch about men. When they separate, they bitch about each other. It's just how it is. There are differences in the sexes. So, I don't know, does that mean that the church wouldn't be having a lot of women in is somehow different to how it used to be? I can't comment because I don't step foot in a church. Maybe twice in my adult life for weddings in churches. Most people that I know used to get married in registry offices. And when the law changed and you could get married in like pubs and restaurants and whatever, we were the first people, me and my wife, we were the first people to get married in the Lancaster district outside of a registry office or church, at the restaurant that we got married at. So I don't know. I can't comment on churches and women in churches. There's Ryan wishing me and Tina a Merry Christmas right back, I guess. Some of the best run trades businesses are run by women, but don't tell my ex-wife I said that. Women tend to be, I think they tend to be a little bit more organised than men. They tend to be a little bit more now. We know, if you've been here a while, you know I'm the great procrastinator. My wife was very now. I've told the tale about the student loan forms. They'd arrive, she'd open her envelope, she'd had it filled in and packed and ready to go back, stamp on. She's ready to post it within half an hour of it arriving through the fucking door. I leave it until half an hour before it has to be back with them to start filling it in. Mad Merkel single-handedly responsible for the invasion of Europe. She did allow 1 million in 1 year, and then there was the mass rapes and sex assaults that New Year's Eve. Can't remember what city. Well, it was most of the cities, but I got a feeling Dusseldorf or somewhere took the brunt. The police just couldn't handle all of the reports of sex assaults that they were getting, and I think they just gave up. They just left the women out there to be man. There was a lot of grabbing, but there was also dragged off into dark alleys and raped and gang raped and all the rest. Very so much so that the media didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want to use the words. That might have been one of the earliest instances of the media hanging in and giving the government's party line kind of thing, covering up, not naming names, not saying what had happened. Frank Nadobody, hello Frank. Good evening Delta Mike and friends, he says. Ryan Vitruvium says I'll be down for a visit in January, God willing. Well, you're always welcome, my friend. Stop off anytime you're in the area. Oscar's answering Richie, UK Richie, but I don't know what comment on. So that was some of the best run trades are run by women, but don't tell my ex-wife. I thought that was Oscar when I read it, but. Do you mean like Bud Light and our wonderful Chancellor? Yeah, doing a great job. Bud Light. I got no idea. I lost context with Bud Light, unless you're talking about... He never got his done, did he? Somebody tell me the name of him. 100 days as a woman. Still got his meat and 2 veg to this day. Come on. Budweiser lost about 4 billion in market cap because of making a bunch of specialized cans just for him. And I can't remember his name for the life of me. I got something rustling over here, and I don't know if I've got something moving in the tent, or if the fabric's rubbing against something. I don't see what the tent fabric could be rubbing against. I've had a few suspicions recently that maybe I've got something in here. Nothing outright, nothing obvious. Occasionally, like something falls. Now, the mice move almost silently once they're on the floor. But occasionally, they used to fall off something and then scurry away at such a pace that they weren't trying to be quiet. And so then you knew you definitely got something. I just had a few things like that where there's something that sounds like maybe a scurrying noise. I'm just checking my my bedside. There's chopping. It's a big chopping board. My bedside cabinet, bedside table. When there were mice here, I would wake up in the morning and there would be their droppings. There are a couple of things on there that could be, but I don't think they are. I think they're just general detritus from being a scruff. Things gather over time. I don't think it's that. So anyway, let me just... Here we go. Just hold on. Do you mean... Okay, I'm on the Bud Light comment, which I didn't quite follow. I can't remember the name of that. It's almost there. I almost had it there. It was close. Someone will know. Anyway, so Vitruvium says, my mate is back and he wants a philosophical debate. See next comment. Oh, God, do I do philosophical? Apostle James was historically recorded as the closest apostle to Jesus. I read that as closet. Okay. And Paul was famed to be a distant and notably he was a citizen, wasn't he? A Roman and non-Jewish scribe of what became the Roman Catholic Bible. Yeah, Paul and his was Paul the one that was on the road to Damascus when he had the revelation? Hold on. Yeah, I don't. If James was the closest, why was Peter the one that was the rock upon which he built his church? Dylan Mulvaney, it was indeed. Why could I not remember that? He's still got his tackle to this day. All that, is it a year ago or 18 months ago? 100 days as a woman. How are you a woman with a big fucking penis and balls? It's apologies. It is just every time I lift my hand to scroll, it jumps. Okay, I've gone too far back. Mad Merkel, down for a visit. My mate is back. Apostle James. Okay, I just read that one. There's Oscar. It jumped. It jumped right back to. Do you mean? I gotta. No. Oh, it's almost unworkable. Let me keep rolling. I'm going to scroll. I did read Oscars, didn't I? No, I didn't. So few big businesses have women CEOs, it's hard to know if they're bad or good. I'd need more evidence. In the terms of the women and CEOs and women at the top, breaking the glass ceiling, there are so few, but is that sexism in the system? Or is it that women in general have other priorities, aren't as competitive, and would tend towards other career paths? You know, in the same way that in the house, it's the men that take the bins out. It's the men that kill the spiders, chase the mice. It's the men that mow the lawn. It's women that tend, on the whole, to cook the food. More often than not, although all of these things are aggregates and averages. I'm not saying that only women do and only men do. There are differences between the sexes, between our preferences. The men will do the yucky jobs and the heavy lifting jobs. If you need a set of shelves putting up, if there's a man in the house, it's a man that will put the shelves up, typically. So in the corporate world, women tend to leave and have babies and then come back and then work part-time. Doesn't lend itself well to CEO and other C-level, so-called C-suite jobs. You know, you're vice president of this or board of directors in the UK rather than vice president, this, that, and the other. I don't know. I just think that there are women tend to have different priorities, and therefore only a few go for those top jobs. And you know, therefore, if the selection pool is mainly male, if the pool to select from is mainly male, then the people who get the job are going to be mainly male. Okay, here we go, back to Blicky to Blackie. The Bible writes out of history that Jesus was a defender of Jewish rights under Roman rule, and the story of Jesus as a Roman-centric edit to it. You got the whole render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So he wasn't anti-Roman in a obvious way. Now he's in a time and an age where there was despotic rule and there was, you know, you basically had an evil empire. So there were things that he would have found that his comments were like mankind has gone wrong. It wasn't like, oh, the Romans are wrong. He saw that people in general weren't behaving the way that his holy father would have wanted. So he wasn't anti-Roman, defend the Jewish rights, yeah. But he did throw the moneylenders, the tables in the, I'm going to say cathedral. It's not the right word. Synagogue, maybe. I can never remember mosque, synagogue, and church or cathedral. In fact, no, you wouldn't have even had those then, would you? Christianity didn't happen yet. Yeah. You got to keep your history in line, haven't you? Jesus wasn't a Christian. Perversely. Defender of Jewish rights under Roman rule. Yeah. Does the story have a Roman-centric edit to it? I don't know what we would mean by that. I mean, he was living in Roman times. The story, the documentation of the story, even the oral tradition that was passed down before it was written, would have been from people who lived under Roman rule, and some of them who were actually citizens of Rome, as we were just saying, whichever one of them it was. The one who had, was it Paul, with the revelation on the road to Damascus? Although that would have been years later, if I remember correctly, that was like 20 or 30 years after Jesus was gone. So yeah, I don't know. It may be Dylan Mulvaney. There we go. Could be Southern European elk droppings. You may be infested with elk. Check for antlers. Isn't it the case that if you see antlers, they're female? The male lose their antlers in winter. Certainly reindeer. I'm guessing all of the things closeted. No, that was just me misreading. Yeah, you made me read. It was an honest. I mean, maybe it was a Freudian slip. I don't know. Freud would have a field day with me some days. What do you call a woman with more than one brain cell? Pregnant. Oof. There you go. Oof. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm allowed to even smile to that without getting banned. I gotta stop leaning that way, folks. For the I'm getting a crick in my shoulder and a bad. Well, I've already got a bad back. I was discussing this earlier with a friend. But carrying Tina off to my side, and then she wanders off like off the road and down a gully. Suddenly, I'm holding half a dog at arm's length out horizontal. It's like a fucking, when you watch World's Strongest Man and they have to hold stuff like out. I'm doing that with half a dog. What did I work her out to be before? 77 pounds? 30 kilos. Oh, no, maybe 35. She was 35 kilos last measure. So times by 2.2. So times by 2 and add 10% of the result. 35 becomes 70. Add 10%. 77, yeah. Can I pick this up and put it over here? And if I do I need to reposition the light somewhat? There-ish, maybe? It will be a little bit more. Oh, I moved my hand in the way of the light. That's maybe worse. It will be a bit more shaky, guys, but I can't keep lying on my left and reaching over the trapezoids? I'm going to go with traps. I'm not sure how the word ends. But that muscle between your ear and your shoulder, that part of your neck there. Make sure you can reach for the beer in comfort. Okay, the wine is here. That's okay. That's comfort. The beer's a little bit behind me. I haven't taken a swig of this, I don't think, since the first 5 minutes of the stream. It is two-fisted drinking, folks. I have got cans of beer. I got the one that I opened at the start. I got the 3, the legendary tripod that the light typically sits upon. But I've also got some white wine that my friend Tom brought me. I'm still halfway through the second glass. I've been holding it. It must be warm. I've been holding it since the beginning of the stream, more or less. Hmm. Folks, my roof is sagging. Sorry, the entire tent is sagging in more and more. This back wall now, I can't even sit up without. It's not just rubbing the back of my head. It's nipping my hairs and plucking my head while I'm sat here. I will be bald in a week or two if I carry on doing this. Hold on. I just got an alert. US carries out massive strike against Islamic State group in Syria after some ambush. That's not good. And a weather alert, rain possible overnight in Torrevieja. Everything else is just old hat, nothing to worry about. Okay, chat, where are we? Make sure you can reach the beer in comfort. Yeah. Women don't get that joke. The pregnant ones will, because they've got 2 brain cells. I don't know. But yeah, closeted was a good, an accidental misreading, but I got to say that my favourite take of the whole Last Supper thing and what have you, just going back to religion for a second, the South Park take when they were doing an Easter special. The reason that the Pope wears that funny hat is because some of the first popes were rabbits, and it was how they tucked the ears in. And that's why when it comes to Easter cards, it's all about bunnies, chicks and bunnies. I thought that was fairly hilarious. You were right, darling. It must be colder than I thought in here. Tina's ears are cold. It's okay, babe. I've got you. I'll warm your ears up. I don't feel cold. What have I? Where's my? Can I do this? I don't think I can. Can I hold this and look up what temperature it is at the minute? This probably won't work, folks. Just bear with me. No, no. I got to turn it on a second time. I was too slow to scroll. Then I got to enter the pin. No. Okay. Then I got to get out of that app and back to the desktop or whatever you want to call. And it's rotated. No, I've knocked the light over, and it's showing me this shitty message that I don't care about. I don't know what my daily board is. I don't want it. I'm not interested in it. Bear with me. Oh, and again. This is probably not the most entertaining. It says here that it's 12 degrees at the minute, which is a little bit cooler than I thought it was. But not. Like, it's only a few weeks ago we were down around 6 and 7 for a whole week at night. So 10, 11, 12 isn't a problem. But why are my girl's ears cold? Look at this. The weather forecast is full of rain, and then you look at the volume of rain, and in total it's 0.18 of a millimetre. That's not rain. Less than 0.2 of a millimetre, fifth of a millimetre. That's not even a thing. 54% chance of rain. That's not rain. Sunny tomorrow morning though, that's what I need to see. I need to know that I'll be able to charge. Tomorrow morning is going to have sun, and then it's going to rain in the afternoon, and then all day Sunday is going to have darkness, no sun until late in the afternoon Sunday. So I got to go from Saturday morning to Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening, almost. Favorite wrestle, Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks. They were good. It was obviously always a big setup. What was he called? Leslie Crabtree? Big Daddy? Giant Haystacks was a monster of a bloke physically. In a real fight, he would have won every time. Well, you had the mute guy. Was he mute or deaf? From Sheffield. Can't remember his name. Brian Glover was probably a few years before my time. He's a Barnsley lad that did wrestling. Mick McManus was a favourite amongst people back in the day. Can I name any? Kendo Nagasaki. Is that racist, or did I just make that up? That was his name, wasn't it? Kendo Nagasaki. Came on with the full kendo. Kendo? That's the name of the martial art with the bamboo stick? Yeah. He came on with the protective mask. And there was another one with a Mexican name who wore a mask. I would probably sound very racist if I took a guess at a name. Hey, apparently I'm a far-right Nazi as it is, so what's it matter if I sound a bit racist? I laugh at people now when they call me these names. It's so old hat. I got called a fucking Nazi because I didn't like the last Star Wars films. After that, whoa, we're losing the brightness. After that, nothing fucking matters. If that's how low they sink, you're Adolf Hitler. If that, you see, there was a post on Twitter today. A guy sat on the tube in London reading Mein Kampf, and he just gets labelled as a Nazi. And you're like, the acquisition of knowledge. Maybe you wanted to read and see how bad Hitler was, or you wanted to read it and see how he got to where he got, what his thought process was. As much as anything, it's a biography. It's a biography and like a prospectus or a treatise of his views. But it's a mixture. The acquisition of knowledge should never be demonized. You can't see someone read a book. If someone reads Karl Marx, you don't automatically assume that they're a communist. Gathering information should never ever be moralized and demonized. In my humble opinion, I just need to bear with me, folks. I need to plug this lamp back in again, otherwise things will go to shit. But that gets me, that kind of stuff. I don't know how I got here. I'm going to go top chat and live chat and see whether I'm missing anything. I should have told everybody from the beginning. You want to be don't just be on top chat. Don't leave chat at its default settings. You need to click either the cog or the burger menu, whatever you've got above chat, and you need to select. In mine, it's called live chat all messages, rather than top chat some messages. You want the all messages because people swear sometimes, or we talk about topics that they don't like us talking about. Up to a quarter of our messages get hidden from each other when we're talking. Christ, I was on Scruff Dogs the other week. My own messages got hidden from me. I forgot to click all messages, and I was looking back trying to find my own messages, and they were fucking hidden from me until I clicked all messages. It wouldn't show me my own messages. I mean, what the fuck is that about? You can take it too far with policing these things. I got a terrible itch on my neck. I think I might have been bitten. Something's got in under the what's the word? Snood. Snood is the word I use. It's the scarf thing, but it's knitted into a circle. I tend to fold it over, twist and tuck in. Nice tight connection with the neck. Keep me warm, which is why I probably didn't notice it getting as cool as it is in Tina's ears. Hey, babe. Do you want to go under the covers? Normally when she gets a little bit cool, she wants to go under. Have the covers fully over her, but today she doesn't look like she wants to. Hey, babe. You got to look after your girl. Just been reminiscing about 1970s UK TV wrestling. Thanks. Those are the only ones I remember, I think. See, this goes back to Dickie Davis and World of Sport, doesn't it? Grandstand never had wrestling. You had to watch World of Sport for the wrestling. Maybe you watched that while Grandstand was showing basketball or hockey, which you had no interest in, not being gay. Unsubscribed again from the channel. I do watch my numbers. Every time my numbers go up 3 or 4, they go down 3. Every time. I got a shout out on another channel this week. UK Urban Prepper. Give me a shout out. Instantly, half a dozen subscriptions. The next 2 or 3 days, I'm back down where I was. So either they looked at me and decided I'm not really a prepper, I'm just a fucking tramp in a field, or YouTube is doing something to suppress. I can't get past 1666 for the number of subscribers. I got up to 1669 and maybe I hit 70 or 71 at one point. It quickly drops back down. It doesn't... Huh. I don't know, folks. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit tired. I've only been going 2.5 hours. Yeah, sure. There's nothing I can do about people getting unsubscribed. I would recommend anybody monitors. I get a worse one. I get one where, you know, when you do the bell, the notification thing, and you pick all, and it gets lit up as a white bell. And then when I check a couple of weeks later, it says all, but the bell's empty. Nothing else is selected. It kind of hints that I'm set for all, but it doesn't have the right pictogram next to it, the right icon. So I click it again, and then people start appearing in the notifications. Oh wow. Am I really tired? I didn't think I was. I'm sure there are a few more people back there that are lurking and not saying hello. I see 11, 14 thumbs up. Thumbs ups are always good if you haven't already. Always appreciated. I don't think we're going to make 20 today. I don't think I'm going to be doing like a 5 or 6 hour stream either. I'd be really I had a nap this afternoon by accident. Normally I would have one a little bit later in the evening before doing these streams. But somehow I've come over all tired. Weird. Cheers to the subscribers. If you're feeling excluded by that because you're not one of the subscribers, the answer's obvious. There's a little... On my phone it'll be there, down there, there's a little red button that says subscribe. For you, because my camera's reversed, it could well be down in this. Oh good God, how magnified is that? It could well be down here, because I think my screen gets reversed. Until I try this other app that I'm going to experiment with and that I will want some help with. I'm going to do a couple of live streams just to myself, nobody watching. Later on, I will ask you guys to come and watch and give me some feedback how it goes. Because I've got to set up a new program, I've got to learn how to use it. It won't be like open to the public. You'll need the URL to get there, but I'll publish it somewhere. I'll tell you a time and a date and give you a link. And if you would help me just with testing, it'd probably be short, 15, 20 minutes maybe, while I test out some of the features, find out what the various buttons do, what the screen looks like. But I'd appreciate some help with that. I don't know whether it'll be this side of the new year or after. Probably after. I'll maybe experiment with a couple of them myself. I can't even remember the name of the app. Give me a second. Oh, I'm going to see whether I installed it on the tablet as well. I got the hiccups as well, folks. Which, if you didn't know, is an alternate spelling of hiccup. Discord. Open. No, it's not here. Unless it's here. Shouldn't be. I have got icons disappearing from off my home screen. It's got gaps appearing. That's weird. I have to have a rearrange and sort through such things. I can't check on here because if I move off this screen, it ends. It ends the stream, which is why I want to use the other app. Apparently, it allows you to actually leave the stream running in the background while I go off and check stuff. And it gives me the option of sharing the screen that I'm looking at and putting an overlay in with the camera looking at me, like in a corner or something. It's a lot more advanced. I think it even allows you to flip horizontally the screen so that it won't be reversed in future when I say click here for this, that and the other, it'll be there instead of being this isn't going to be a good example, is it? You know what I mean. Okay, folks, anybody got any comments to say? We're going to draw a line under it soon. If the conversation dries up and I don't have anything to talk about, I'd love to entertain you some more on a Friday night, but I don't know what we can talk about. I do have a couple of science stories set aside, I guess. Are you ready for Christmas? I got all the water I need to get through Christmas and New Year. I don't know how much longer after that. No, not ready for Christmas. I need to go and do 3. But as far as I can calculate, I need to go and do 3 good shops. Unless somebody with a car can give me a lift to the supermarket. And I don't think they can. I don't think I know anybody who's here with a car. So it's be 3 because I got to remain mobile enough to pick the dog chariot up, complete with dog. I got to pick the back end up when there's no ramp off of curbs and back up onto curbs. Imagine leaning over to do something and you've got a heavy bag of shopping on your shoulder coming home. That the bag is going to want to come off your shoulder and that's going to be awkward. So what I'm thinking is I can go shopping, I can get a heavy bag on my shoulder. I need this hand free for dog duty, and I can put a lighter bag. So if I'm buying bread, cheese, eggs, those can go in the left-hand bag. On my right shoulder, I'll have the heavy stuff. Whether that's the carrots, potatoes, parsnips, a case of beer, a bottle of Baileys, whatever. Then I need multiple trips. Some just for basic groceries, some for Christmas specific stuff, the parsnips, the Brussels sprouts, turkey if I can get it, and just a random. There'll be a separate booze run. So there'll be a booze run, general groceries, Christmas specific. Yeah, no, yeah. After all after the mozzies, the flies, and everything's fine with legs and feet. That all cleared up quite a while ago now. That's all better. I just as we're starting to go out and about a little bit more, especially when we go up hills, I'm discovering how unfit I am after 18 months of being stuck inside the field and mainly sitting or laying down. I'm discovering that my fitness. Well, I guess I got a hint of that when I had that 2-hour stand-up fist fight the other month. I would have normally won that a lot quicker and a lot more emphatically. Although I was holding back even then. But the aches and pains for the week afterwards. Luke Benidome, hello, my friend. Hello. I haven't seen you in a little while. But yeah, going back, my general state of fitness has been shown to be lacking. Trying to get up some of these hills with Tina. When we tried to go up to Torre del Moro and I couldn't get up the fucking hill. I did in the end, but I had to push Tina. Tina couldn't get up in the chariot. I was pulling her at first and that wasn't working enough. I had to go behind her and push. and I was literally, what would the word be? I was kind of gagging. I was kind of, you know, when you run and you get all the crap off your chest after, when you're sick after you've run too fast and too far, it's like that. Glad to see you're okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm still alive. Yeah, yeah. All good. We prevail. We continue. I was going to say I still need to tidy this place out. It's not going to happen. I need to clear some floor space. I've got some bags of food that can be sorted through and that can be put into other areas. I've got some stuff in my fridge freezer kind of thing that need using up and clear some space for some fresh. I've got some storage boxes in the other room that are empty that I could drag out and use to put things in. My only problem is once things go in boxes, they tend to stay. I just emptied, I've got a bunch of coolers outside. Not the powered ones, but just the ones where you get things cold and put them there. And I kept them in the shade as much as I could. I forgot about some stuff. I opened one, get 3 cans of beer in one. The number of times that I've had no beer and I've thought, oh, I could just do with a beer. I didn't have any that night. 3 cans in a box that I didn't know about. I also found a loop, a link of chorizo, a bag of a pack of bacon. What else? There was more. Oh, there was this most fantastic sauce. Big hints of like brown sauce. It was brown. When I squeezed the bottle, it was brown. It was foreign. But it was a soy sauce with tamarind and this and that. But the overall effect was very brown sauce, like HP or Daddy's brown sauce. Very similar. Totally different ingredients, but very similar. Here's the bacon. Bacon's always good. There's no such thing as bad bacon. Bacon doesn't go off. I have a video where I ate bacon that was 9 months out of date. Bacon's fine. The whole point of bacon is it doesn't need refrigeration or anything. And modern day shrink. So first the salting of the external surfaces. The salting of it protects it from botulism, which is the main food poison you want to avoid. Botulism or botulinum. The salting makes it an unwelcome environment for that, and the shrink wrap, nothing gets to it anyway. So unless there was something in there to begin with that can survive the saltiness, it's fine. Bacon doesn't go off. You don't need to store bacon. I watch these guys that go camping, these survivalists, 24 hours overnight in the woods, and they set off with a bunch of bacon in their backpack, and people are like, "Oh my God, you've been out more than 12 hours when you cooked that bacon. It's not refrigerated." Fuck off. It's bacon. Its whole existence is preservative. Bacon existed for like 1,000 years before refrigerators were invented. Maybe more. Maybe millennia. Oh, itchy scalp from where this tent's rubbing on me. But bacon existed maybe millennia before refrigeration existed. The whole point of bacon is preserving. So I don't bother with. It's like the number of people that keep mayonnaises and mustards and brown sauces, and they keep a ketchup they keep them in the fridge. Those things have got no place in a fridge. Even mayonnaise. Now, if you'd made it yourself, actual mayonnaise, egg yolks and olive oil, maybe a touch of mustard, maybe a touch of horseradish. Customize it, make it your own. But however you do it, maybe a bit of garlic if you want to make it more of aioli rather than a straightforward mayonnaise. That's actually more of garlic mayonnaise. True aioli doesn't have the egg. It's the olive oil and garlic. True aioli. But supermarket aioli is different. But anything from a supermarket doesn't go off. Ketchup, brown sauce, mayonnaise, mustard, They don't need refrigerating. They never go off. Mayo doesn't go off. Supermarket bought. White bread. I had the remnants of a loaf outside. I had it inside the tent for about 6 months, but then I put some outside for 6. It still didn't go mold. Nothing in nature touches that shit. Mice, rats, birds. You play stuff on. Even the birds don't take fucking supermarket sliced white. I don't know if this is just a Spanish thing. Maybe they do stuff different out here because of temperature, because it's so warm. Supermarket slice loaf, pan familiar, as it's called, the family loaf, family bread. Nothing in nature touches it. Not mold, not mice, not seagulls, not robins, not nothing. What else? What else doesn't go off? There are some spectacular things. I've had eggs. I've had eggs here at times in the peak of summer, not refrigerated, 3 months, a 24 pack. Started as a 24 pack. Nothing ever went off. 3 months on the floor. So my roof, my ceiling level reached 50 degrees Celsius. At the floor, probably 28, 29. It's that little bit cooler, the grade. But the only time I've had eggs go off was when the cardboard got wet a couple of months ago when the field almost flooded, but not quite. But the floor did get wet. My carpet in particular got wet, and the cardboard tray at the bottom of the eggs got wet. And then it got flies and all sorts of shit in, and they all went bad. But if you can keep them dry and cool-ish, and by cool I mean under 30 degrees, even eggs don't go off nowadays. Let them get wet, let them get too hot for too long, they might go bad. But I'm amazed at some of the stuff that does not go bad here. Chorizo, the spicy sausage stuff, put in a plastic box and left for 3 months at the height of summer. It's fine. It's fucking fine. You don't want it in direct sunlight, but the stuff that I had that was in a box outside will have caught some sun at times. Kind of partially shaded, and as the sun moves around, it would have quickly, like by 11 o'clock, it would have been in full shade. But most days, 9 while 11, or 8 while 11, it would have caught some sun. It's fine. It's going to be my Christmas stuffing. I've got chorizo, I've got hot dog sausages, I got onion, I will be able to make breadcrumbs. I'll put some, obviously I do the salt and pepper thing, I'll spice it up with pepper. I don't know what I've got in the way of green. Sage, thyme, whatever. Parsley, sage and thyme. I've no idea what I've got. I've got a big bag, a carrier bag, a shopping bag, full of all sorts of glass herbs and spices. I don't know what I've got, but that will form my stuffing. It'll be chorizo based. Chorizo, I don't know about the hot dog sausages. I got chorizo, I've got bread. I'll be able to make breadcrumbs. I will soak it probably in a red wine. I will reduce some red wine and do that. You need it to be sticky, you need moisture. A bit of chicken stock, probably. Because I'm going to make this days before I cook the turkey. A couple of days before. No, a day before I cook the turkey. I'm going to cook some things I'm going to make on the 23rd. The roast potatoes, stuffing, bread sauce if I do a bread sauce. I don't know, the logistics I still haven't got sorted. Yorkshire pudding I might make the day before, so on the 23rd. On the 24th I will do the veg, I think. I may do the parsnips the day before, on the 23rd. Turkey and other veg, and veg I will do on the morning and afternoon of the 24th. I'm going to sit down with a tablecloth, hopefully, on the 24th to my first Christmas dinner. Maybe 8 o'clock at night. I don't know if I can have candle lit. I don't think I've got candles, unless I buy some. I'm going to sit down with a tablecloth, a glass of wine, and try and have a fairly posh Christmas dinner. And then I'm going to try and do the same again on the 25th. I'm trying to follow European traditions and English. Do them separately. Logistics: roast potatoes. When do I do those? I don't have an oven, so basically they're just going to be some kind of chips. Really, they're going to be a chunky chip. Really, cooked in one frying pan with a larger frying pan upturned over the top. Those could well end up getting done on the 23rd, if I haven't already got too much stuff cooking on the 23rd. I think Monday I'm going to take my gas bottle and get that changed. When I pick that up and shake it now, you can't even hear any liquid inside. It's literally running on vapors. Even if it's bad economically taking it now, if maybe it would have done another week, maybe. But I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk that running out halfway through cooking a Christmas dinner. Better to be economically bad, but to be secure in my ability to cook. So we'll see. I've got the logistics of how to shop and how to cook and when and where and why. Fresh bacon, better any bacon, good. Probably. Yeah, maybe. Let me just go back to that. I suppose the taste cannot be as good as fresh. Yeah, you might be right. An open pack of bacon will go all shiny like oil. Not sure if it's still good to. Yeah, no, these are not open. This is a sealed pack. Yeah, it's like anything. It'll last forever till it's open, but once you open it, you've got like. It usually says on the pack you've got 3 days, but if it goes bad within a week, then there's something fucking wrong. Hold on. This looks like humour. My sister is I guess that's meant to be lesbian, a lesbiany. She's been diagnosed as that's going to be strapodictomy, isn't it? The operation to fix a lesbian is a strapodictomy. T and Y are next to each other on the QWERTY keyboard. Strapodic, yeah. And you've got a dot into me. You keep jam is a preserve. What the fuck? Although then again, that's another one. Lasts forever. Once you open it, they say you consume within a week or something. But nobody does. Nobody eats a jar of jam within a fucking week. 6 months later, when you go at the back of the cupboard and you find your jam or your marmalade there, and it's got a little layer of green on top, and you just scrape it off with a spoon, throw the spoonful in the bin, and then you just wash the spoon, and then you just get on with it and put the next bit of jam or marmalade on your bread. I mean, that's just how it is. Hold on, I've got a yes, bro, you're correct, and then a nah, bro, that's bad, innit? Spanish bread is shit. It tends to be sweeter than British. The pan familiar is not too bad. Bimbo, that's like cake. I can't touch that shit. That is so sweet. Yeah, that could be cake. Wow is the weather now. Wow, what did I say? What's the wow for? Oh yeah, we're staying dry. This tent is pretty secure. We get when it rains really, really badly, we get it coming in and up through the floor. So obviously plastic on rough ground. Remember, we're on a cliff top, basically. Half of the time that you try and put a tent peg in the ground, you just bend the tent peg. It's rock under us. So moving around over that plastic, it rubs and gets little holes in it. It wears away fairly rapidly. Within a month or two, you get holes in the floor. So when it gets really, really wet around here and the water's flowing under you, some comes through. Hopefully, it comes through the bottom tent, the tent floor. But then you've got these bedrooms with their own floor inside that. So at the far end there, it gets wet under the bedroom floor, on top of the tent floor, but under the bedroom floor. And you can feel how cold the floor is under you when you walk around in stocking feet. My portable urinal is in the other bedroom. So I have to step in there every now and again. Twice a night. Twice nightly. Does anybody remember Twice Nightly, Richard Whiteley? Anyway, countdown and all that. Calendar if you're from Yorkshire. Calendar news on Yorkshire TV. Before that, anyway, where was I? I distracted myself. So when you're standing there in your stocking feet, it's cold on the floor because there's water under it. But the water's not there's a little patch where there is some damp in one corner. I've got a lot of clothes and bedding and stuff stored there on the floor. So the bottom layer might actually have picked up a little bit of damp. I don't know. My intention is, I've got some wood outside, some planks. My intention, they've got little screws and things. My intention is to undo all of that, lift everything up off the floor and put it on these lats, on these wooden slats, about an inch and a half off the ground. That's the intention. But also in there, I've got these empty boxes that I want to put some food in and reorganize things. I doubt that any of that's going to get done before Christmas because I am the great procrastinator. But yeah, no, this tent is more or less dry. A couple of weaknesses. There's a slit in a wall over by the door. The door's kind of broken a little bit. And I did notice the other day a couple of wet patches on the roof. Not the roof of the tent, inside the tent, but on the roof of the bedroom fabric had a few bits of moisture. Not sure if that's condensation from through the night or if there's a couple of pinprick holes in the roof letting moisture through. Nothing to worry about. I'm fairly confident this tent will get me through winter. I've certainly spent months and months in tents in far worse shape than this. If you look at the last 2 or 3 months of the previous tent, and we had horrendous weather. We got to the point where I was having to take the mattresses outside to dry off every couple of days. Staying dry. Hope you have a simple Christmas. Yeah, simple Christmas. You don't want... Oh, what's the Chinese curse? Interesting, where you live in interesting times. That's not what you want. You always want a nice, quiet... Interesting means someone got locked up, or you got dragged into a bar fight, or you got you spent the night in the cells, or someone died. Whatever. You don't want an interesting Christmas. You want to be able to turn to people and say, quiet, just at home with the family. It's all okay. It's all good. That's your perfect Christmas, in my humble opinion. Unless you're going to Disney World for Christmas or something, which would be fucking rather perverse. But nice quiet Christmas at home is your perfect Christmas. I just saw Karen arriving. That was at 57. That's nearly 10 minutes ago. Hi Karen, if you're still there. You can cook roast potatoes in your slow cooker. I don't think I have enough power. The electric one, I don't think I have enough power at the minute. I just about have enough power each day to get the EcoFlow back up 80 or 90%. Bearing in mind, folks, where are we? What's the date? Okay, Saturday. Okay, Saturday. It's now. I live in the future. Oh no, it's also Saturday in the UK now by 6 minutes. But tomorrow, not Saturday, but Sunday. That's the shortest day, longest night. Deepest, darkest midwinter. The winter solstice. From now on, it starts to go the other way, doesn't it? See, it's the 21st is the official start of winter, and from then on, the days get long. People think that in winter the nights get shorter. They're at their shortest, but they get longer. The day gets longer, the night gets shorter. It's the opposite to what most people think. But yeah, no, I don't think I can do the particular. If I had more solar panels and a bigger EcoFlow. I'm not going to say it. Am I going to say it? No. Wouldn't be in my best interests. You'll be back on the Wetherspoons breakfast back in the UK. No more cooking, brother. That would be good, wouldn't it? Oh, even in the UK though, I don't know that I can afford to be out too regularly on a breakfast. Cheaper to make them. Is that right? $1.99 a pint. Fuck. I was paying $3.50 in my local when I left the UK 10 years ago. Oh, we're in that race to the bottom. Okay, this is like Benidorm, Luke. On the prom in Benidorm, the English bars that are competing for the cheapest breakfast, and it's a race to the bottom. You end up paying like €1.50 for a breakfast, but you get half a sausage, half an egg, 3/4 of a tomato, and that's your breakfast. That race to the bottom. They have it here in I'm not going to remember the name. San Luis. A lot of Brits in San Luis, and which is like a. I'm not sure if it's classed as a separate place from Torrevieja or if it's all in the same conurbation nowadays. But a lot of Brits, but it's very much that competing on price to keep the different bars competing to keep the Brits, and you end up with that $1.99 breakfast, and there's nothing on the plate. Some tinned mushrooms, half a tomato, maybe one sausage, and one of those thin rashers of bacon, not the full back bacon or whatever it's called that we're used to, just the thin strip. Yeah, no, I'd rather make my own. The pork loin that I've had over the last couple of weeks, it is just about. I'm having to finish it off tomorrow. It is just about. It's not gamey yet, but in another couple of days it will be. So tomorrow it's going to get a quick frying off. It's going to get taken out of the pan and cut up into small pieces, while the onions do. I'm going to do a load of onions and leeks. I've got peppers, maybe some sweet corn, possibly, jarro passata, or triturado, or whatever it is I've got, whatever format of tomato. Some kind of stock, maybe a veg stock, maybe a chicken stock to go with pork. I don't know. I keep watching these chefs on YouTube mixing and matching their stocks. They're making a chicken gravy, but they'll put some beef stock in. And I'm looking at it thinking, you're not just playing with your food. What is this shit? To my mind, if you're having either chicken or pork, then I'd go with a light stock, something like chicken, but more likely, if you haven't got chicken, if you're not having chicken, if you're having pork, I'd more likely just go with a veg stock. Don't know. I tend to just wing things. I have half an idea of what I'm going to cook, and the plan changes mid cooking session. If you look back at some of my videos, I got some recipes I want to go back and repeat. I once made a pizza that fell apart as soon as I lifted it out of the pan. It was gorgeous to eat, I made it really thick crust bread and a beautiful sauce over the top. But when I put the fish slice under it and lifted it up, it cracked in half and broke. And then every time I tried to lift anything up, it just broke. When I finally got it onto a plate, picking up the bits and eating it was delicious. The bread didn't have the right consistency. So that thing I said before about baking, baking is more like chemistry. You got to get the balance of the ingredients right. Cooking is all you can wing it as long as you're plus or minus 50% on any one ingredient. Doesn't matter. But baking is a lot more iffy. So I made a Yorkshire pudding once that didn't go right. I made a pizza that didn't go perfect. Delicious, both were delicious, but my Yorkshire pudding was quite flat, and my pizza fell apart as soon as you picked the bread up. I want to have a revisit of those. But I've got Christmas to get out of the way, and I'm not sure I've got time to get all of these things. The Chino Bazaar near me is terribly expensive and got some amazing gaps in stock. I looked for a weight scale, a kitchen weight scale, didn't have one, so I don't know. I gotta make a go. But we were talking breakfast, Benidorm, back in the UK, and the race to the bottom. Luke. I never did get confirmation. Are you a Luke really, or are you a Luca? I got a feeling you were Luke when it was a different handle in here, but waiting for payday, mate. I'll sort you a little something. No, you don't have to, mate. No. I really am okay at the minute. I'd be embarrassed to tell you how well I am at the minute. Put it this way, I could probably buy another EcoFlow. Unfortunately, it would be the same as the one I've got, not a bigger, better, stronger one, which would be the ideal. But $2.99 is crazy good. Yeah, I think it's 6 or 7 euros at Murphy's on the front here. But nowadays they charge extra for coffee. It used to be included. Karen is still here, she said. Good evening, Karen. Hello. England doing well, mate. England doing well. That sounds like a sporting reference. Are we talking about the Ashes? Or are we talking about England as a whole? My understanding was that things were falling apart and turning to shit, but England doing well, mate. Yes, and it's shite. Hold on, I've got no idea. I got no idea where that conversation just went. To be fair, you don't get that on Wetherspoon's breakfast anymore. It's extra. What is? And the bacon is thin, mate. Yeah. Once you get that race to the bottom on price, once you start competing on price, no toast, okay. Once you start competing on price, they start nickel and diming you. Oh, you wanted black pudding with it? That'll be extra. Oh, toast? No, we were going to do fried bread. But if you want toast, that's extra. Oh, what's that? You wanted some butter to put on your toast? Oh no, that's extra. Nickel and diming, as the Americans would call it. The little extra charges for this and for that and the other. The place down the road, Murphy's. No, there's no Y. Murph's. The coffee. The price for the coffee was, what was it, 120 or 130, whatever it was. And if you wanted a large one, like a mug, same price. Because all they did was put extra hot water in. You weren't getting extra coffee, you were just getting extra hot water to make it a bigger drink, which some people prefer. And then they decided, no, we're going to charge you for the extra. But for all I know, it's still just extra hot water. And suddenly it's €2 instead of 120 or whatever, 180 instead of 120. Is it even breakfast if there's no black pudding? This is true. And the Irish guys, maybe the Scottish as well, will say, is it even breakfast if it doesn't have white pudding as well? New EcoFlow and solar panel, perfect combo. I don't think I would get another EcoFlow river and panel. I mean, I could. Yeah, still limited on the output and what it will power. I'd go Delta, EcoFlow Delta. As you know, Karen, as I advised you and as you did buy, and you didn't even buy the base model of Delta, you went up 1 or 2 levels. And then you were able to power a washing machine, a fridge, a freezer, and fucking whatever else during power cuts. Imagine me with that. I would be able to run the slow cooker and the fridge freezer all day, every day. And the Christmas tree, which I've just had to turn off because I'm limited on power. It's a shame, the Christmas tree, I thought about trying to adapt it to run straight off DC. Instead, it's turning, so the EcoFlow is turning DC into AC through the inverter, and then the Christmas tree has got a transformer turning AC back to DC. We got round trip losses. We're converting DC to AC to DC with losses at both sides, and with the overhead of having the inverter running. The tree takes 20 watts. The inverter has an overhead of 30 watts. My 20-watt Christmas tree is costing me 50 watts to run. I only have 250 watt hours. So even a full EcoFlow could only run the tree for maybe 4.5 hours. There'll be some other losses, probably. 5, if everything was perfectly... Oh, why is my head itching? I'm scratching at that. But, yeah, no, you need mine. I do. The EcoFlow Delta, and don't go for the base model, go 1 or 2 levels up, where it'll output, is it 1500 watts? That's the nominal, and it'll also do that boost, the X boost, and it'll output about 3000 watts. You run a fucking electric kettle off that. Electric kettle's usually just over 2 kilowatts, 2.2, something like that. Nominally, the circuit can be, and wiring can handle 3 kilowatts, but the kettles don't really do that. From what I heard, probably Technology Connections, was it? I mean, even my EcoFlow would run one of those kettles. It would just take longer to work and use all the power to boil 1 cup of coffee. Something like that. New EcoFlow, yeah, that's a dream. New EcoFlow and solar panel. If they gave a better trade-in deal, it might have been an option. But they only give 30 or 40 euros on an EcoFlow River 2 trade-in. Maybe I could sell it on like Facebook Marketplace or something and get a more realistic price. I don't know. If I could sell it for 100, maybe. I could afford maybe with a bit more saving I could get as far as the Delta. I couldn't afford another solar panel. That would be a stretch. Well, not just a stretch, that would be beyond me at this stage. And that would mean that I didn't have any money to spend at Christmas. I mean, that would be everything that I've got. So we're not being realistic, we're dreaming. So ignore us, folks. Don't take offense if you're thinking, why am I donating money to this guy if he's got that much set aside? I haven't. I got enough to get me through Christmas and New Year. Maybe I can treat myself to a few euros worth of Temu or something. I was looking at some of these different peelers that strip things into strips. Or what else did I have in mind? Not cookie cutters, but metal rings for putting in a frying pan. You crack eggs in and it keeps them in a shape, kind of egg molds, whatever you want to call them. They're like cookie cutters, biscuit cutters, but Stuff like that. A euro here and €2 there, but I could get like a bag full of €1 and €2 items for say €25. A thermometer for cooking food, for measuring food heat. Weight scales, kitchen weight scales. What else? What else? There's all sorts. There's all sorts. Different baking sheets and cooking trays or whatever. I haven't got a whisk. I don't think. I've got a whisk. I've got a grater. I've got a sieve. I've got all the fish slice, the ladle. I've got all that. There are just certain gaps that just, there's movement. Don't know if it's in or out. There isn't enough wind for that kind of ripple sound. Oh, maybe there is, because now it's just there. The roof's wobbling. Okay, the wind is just picking up a little bit. You need mine, lol, said Karen. Yeah, I'd die for it. The EcoFlow Delta was my dream. When they originally invented, when the Delta was the first EcoFlow. It was their first product, the EcoFlow Delta. And then they stuck with this kind of river metaphor. Because eco, and they call it flow, then they went with Delta and river and, I don't know. It's probably something called a fucking EcoFlow tributary by now. Is chat stuck, or you just stopped talking to me? You just stopped talking to me. Okay. I think again, I was going to stop on 3 hours. I was yawning it like crazy a while back, wasn't I? So for anyone new here, I am still two-handed drinking. That's my second glass of wine of the night, but the first during this stream. And my first beer that I opened at the start of the stream, if you look at that, I'm less than a centimetre down from the top. I've only taken 2 sips, I think. This trying to sit up, folks, isn't working for me. With my head pushing against the back of the tent, it is plucking my scalp, plucking my crown or yeah. Where are we here? I need to put that under there, over there. I'm gonna switch. Look at that! I caught it this time. It fell twice before I came live. I'm gonna switch back to laying on my side, but do excuse me if I can't be. I was getting that crick in my neck and shoulder from reaching for chat. I would like a device to take the tops off my boiled eggs. Yeah, but which top? Are you a little Indian or a big Indian? The Lilliputians, they had a war over this, I think. Was it internal within Lilliput? I don't think it was. I think it was them against the next town over. The Lilliputians were little Indians, and the other town were big Indians. You should chop the big end off. The big end has an air pocket, so the shell at that end is empty. The big Indian egg toppers cost so much. Gulliver's Travels also gave us the word Yahoo. The Yahoos and the Whinnays. The Yahoos were human yobs. A Yahoo was a word for a yobbish person, and the Whinnays were the horses, which were enlightened beings. If I remember correctly, it's not like I'm some sort of fucking. Was it Jonathan Swift? Or was he Robinson Crusoe? Oh, I'm gonna go Jonathan Swift for Gulliver's Travels. Let's just check on me, because sometimes I talk shit. Apparently. Hold on. Oh, 2 clicks to get to search. I hate it. Double L in Gulliver, yeah. Gulliver's Travels, novel by Jonathan Swift. There you go. Look at that. It's almost like I've got a fucking memory. Now, I want to type in Big Endian. I'm fairly sure the Lilliputians were Little Endians, and the Big Endians were... Well, there's the next village, or were they over the water? I've got a feeling there was a navy involved. Oh no, it was a faction of Lilliput who insist on breaking eggs at the big end, defying the Emperor's decree to break them at the little end. So it was a civil war. Okay, it was a political satire of Protestant versus Catholic. Really? Really? No, that you must be reading shit into that. That can't be a real... You're telling me that there's like political narrative in Lilliput? No. You live and you learn. So what was the battle against the next town over? If it wasn't about being a big Endian, so that was a civil war kind of thing about the egg. Who knew? I thought it was against I thought against a neighbouring town or island or something. I got a recollection of a navy. Yeah, because he washed up on the coast, didn't he? So they were on the sea. I got to go watch it again. Are we all agreed that the best version was the guy out of Cheers? The character was Sam in Cheers. What's the guy called in real life? Last time I saw him, he's in one of those CSI things. Sam Malone was the character. I've got Ted Danson. Fuck. I had no... 2 seconds before I said that, I had no clue. But sometimes I just give myself a clue, even though I don't know. I don't know how I do that. It's why I gave up pub quizzes. The Ted Danson one worth a rewatch? I think so. I think that's the best version I saw. I did watch a black and white one a while back with... I'm going to say Raymond Massey. He might have been in it. He might not have been Gulliver. If anybody remembers Raymond Massey. I think he was Dr. Kildare's boss in Dr. Kildare. But that would have been right at the end of his career, the 60s. When pretty boy Richard Chamberlain was the heartthrob. Before everyone knew that he was gay. Okay, finally finished that wine. Now I can get stuck into the beer, can't I? Still here, bro, says Luke. Worth a rewatch. I'm glad people are still here, although the numbers are declining. We're down to 6 viewers at the minute. I wonder, see, we've only got 15 likes. If we hit 20, we'd have a chance of bringing more people in. But we are on 3.5. I'm happy to carry on if you are, but if we lose many more, Dr. Lemuel Gulliver. Was he a doctor? That's interesting. Did you know that Frankenstein wasn't a doctor? I was rereading, well, no, I wasn't. I was listening to an audiobook the other day. I wasn't rereading. In the original story, did you know that Frankenstein was faster than any other human? Well, faster than a human. We watched the slow lumbering one from the 1930s movies, but in the book, the monster was faster and stronger than any human. But Fascinating human, but he was not. He was not. People say Dr. Frankenstein. He was a student. Now he might have been a graduate student, so he might have had his. It's unclear, but it just says that he goes off to the university in. It's a German town. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna guess. Can't remember. But he's a student, so he's probably either doing a master's. Even if he's doing his PhD, he's not a doctor yet. And even if he's not a medical doctor. He'd be a doctor with a doctorate, PhD rather than the other kind of doctor who don't have doctorates. I always found this fascinating. In medicine, a doctor doesn't have a doctorate. Basically, it's a master's plus on-the-job experience. When they get their doctorate, then they become Mr. The specialists that you see that insist on being Mr. such and such instead of Dr. such and such. The inversion of the titles is how they express their superiority. So Mr. and then if he gets his PhD, then he becomes Professor whoever. Karen has to go. Early start tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Good night, Karen, if I haven't missed you already. 2 more likes, please. Are you seeing 18? I'm still seeing 17. Just Victor von Frankenstein. I don't know about the Esquire. Maybe. Yeah, but the characters they're not British, so some of these titles wouldn't apply. It's set in Germany. Baron, didn't he? Baron von Frankenstein, maybe. I'm not sure. That might have been a later adaptation. Luke's here for a while. It's Christmas. It's Christmas! I've been watching a few reaction videos. Americans watching British Christmas traditions and British Christmas songs that they've never heard of. Slade, Noddy Holder, and that whole It's Christmas. Wizard. I wish it could be Christmas every day. Unheard of outside of these isles. The Americans have got no clue. They've never even heard of these bands, not just the songs. This itch is gonna fucking drive me daft. Have I got anything cool and calming for the skin? Not really. With a soapy water, maybe? Maybe just cold against the... Maybe just hold that there. What? Defo 18 night. What does that mean? Can anybody translate? I'm assuming a typo. Defo 18. I got no context for 18. Early start tomorrow night, everyone. Defo 18. Oh, upvotes. Okay. Okay, so this is just the Ajax requests not coming through on my thing again. See, we had the whole discussion. I couldn't remember Ajax the other night again. Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. From memory. JSON, I couldn't remember. It was Java something structured something notation. JSON. Yes, I should look it up. I don't think it's JavaScript specific. Oh, JavaScript object notation. Object notation. Might be Java rather than JavaScript. They're unrelated languages, but they could share a text data format like that, maybe. 18 likes. I got you. Yeah, people. UK Richie explained it to me. What's the matter with your skin? I got an itch from my either from the snood, or maybe an insect or something got inside of it and has been nibbling on me. I'm not sure. For the last hour, I've been scratching at it. It doesn't look red from, not that I can see from here, but I just thought I'd. Could I secure that in with the snood? No, I have to hold it. But that's going to warm my beer up. It's a stupid conversation, isn't it? So yeah, it's nothing. It's something and nothing. I got bigger problems health-wise than that. My back. Did I tell you the other day? I had a bit of a backache, and I walked to Tina in the morning, and I put my foot down. I was on the road, and I accidentally put my foot in a rut, in a divot in the road, and I landed hard. You know when you land with your foot straight, and it really rags at you. Well, it didn't just. I mean, it did. It ragged at my back, but it wasn't just that. I had a pain shoot all around the trunk of my body at kind of waist height, roughly where the back pain is. But it wasn't just like the spine or it's maybe more the right kidney or liver kind of area. But no, pain shot around like really harsh pain through the entire lower back at the waist kind of area, like a clenching kind of pain. Every muscle seemed to cramp up and really go. That wasn't nice. I almost took a painkiller. Jason is just a pile of stuff thrown together and called a data format. Kind of, yeah. But yeah, you've got to label a colon and then whatever you have after, and there's certain indentations that mean something. It's human readable, but it's meant to be a computer data format. More so than XML. Just been talking to myself, folks. I was rabbiting on about JSON and then XML, and I found I was talking to myself. About 10 seconds of you're connecting, and then you are live. So where was I? I don't know how much you heard. JSON, a label, a colon, and then whatever data structure you have after. Indentation matters. But yeah, you could define what we used to call libraries, but hash further sub labels and key value pairs, even where the value can actually be another object. We used to call them hash tables, lookup tables, not hashtags. Fuck. It's been a while, folks. It's been a while. And different languages call some of these things the same things. There are objects, there are structures, arrays, various terminology for similar things. Key value pairs, where the value can be another object or within, not just an actual value that goes with a key. But all this can be stringified. Was it called? It was in PHP. It was called stringifying, where you turn an object into a set of notation that can be imported, evaled, and turned back into an object or a structure. Are you using your chair? No, my chair's got a Christmas tree on it. It also had a bag of food on before, which I moved so that you could see the tree. You know how I am. I may get around to freeing up the chair before Christmas Day, if you're lucky. Anyway, bugger off, Karen. You need your sleep. You got work to do tomorrow. A few years ago, I was breathing this rubbish. Now I've forgotten almost all of it. I kind of remember the principles. I don't always remember the words, the languages, and the way that different programming languages will use different terms for the same thing. In some languages, it's keys and values, and the value is just a value. So it might be ordinal, like a normal array, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those would be the keys, and then you've got the value, apples, pears, oranges, whatever. Whether it's a string, an integer, or whatever that's stored there. But some allow you to embed a whole structure as the value. And then there were different things that you could do for extracting things, and whether you're adding things in order. What was it called? There was peeking and poking, and there's other stuff. Pop to pop. You pop an array. Oh God, what was the other one? You got peeking and poking, and you had popping and something else. And it's all about whether it's a stack or a heap. Is that the right terminology? I don't think it is. A stack or a queue. A stack or a queue. And the difference between the two is, imagine you've got a metal spike on your desk and you're sticking pieces of paper on. When you add something new, it goes on top. When you want to take something off, you're taking the thing on top. So it's last in, first out, LIFO. So that's a stack. You're messing with the top. You're adding to the top and you're taking from the top. A queue, you add to the back, but you take from the front. So it's first in, first out. That's FIFO. Everything else stays. So that's the difference between a queue and a stack, or a queue and a heap. No, heap was more memory management, was it? I don't know. Different languages, different terms for these things. All programming languages have these concepts. And then you've got the loop or iteration, the for next loop, and all of that. Whether it's a for next or whether you're just doing for I equals 1 to x. I am gone, says Karen. No, you're not. You're still there. I see you. The chair will support your back better. Yeah, better than your bed. It will, but the main problem is carrying a dog around wherever I go. Most of the day. I don't carry her most of the day, but whenever anyone comes to the field, we go out and meet them. We got 4 or 5 dog walks a day where I walk her up to the main, and I'm carrying her. And she doesn't just walk in a straight line. She'll cut across in front of me, or she'll not run off, but she'll dip down off the road and into the field. And I'm carrying her. I'm holding all that weight at arm's length. What weight did we decide? She weighs 77 pounds roughly, 35 kilograms, and I've got the back end, which is probably 2/3 of her overall weight. Pick the bones out of 2/3 of 77. I can't. 25 per 30, about 50 pounds, 45 kilograms maybe, that I'm holding at arm's length out while she lifts both back legs in the air and goes whee while she pees. It's hilarious to watch, but it's difficult to hold sometimes. Even worse though is when she doesn't go off to the side to do it. She just does it where she is, and she'll put one of her legs in front of me and one off, and then she pees and it's on my foot. Oh, bugger. Yeah, I'm walking around smelling of dog piss. Doesn't all make it to my foot. Sometimes it's on my trousers, probably. I am gone now. Yeah. Let me just scroll back and see whether I've missed anybody else. Jason and Ajax, etc. That's the stuff. And the JSON format is probably not just used by JavaScript. It's probably used in Java itself, which sound like they're similar languages. They've got nothing to do with each other. Ajax is the asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Someone in this field now. What are they doing? Hammering. They're probably at the top corner. Someone's hammering. What time are we on? 1:45 my end. Oh no, it's fireworks. Really? Okay, it's more distant. So it was a volley of fireworks. Oh, that was weird, the way that it was so slow to begin with, then sped up and gave itself away. I'm panicking about nothing, folks. It sounded closer but more manual. Fireworks. What do you know? Let me just double check that something hasn't gone wrong. I don't think it has. You guys have been fairly quiet all night. There's a few of you here, but not many participating. I hope you lurkers are getting value for money. You're more than welcome to continue lurking, but it's always nice if you come and say hello. If you're here for the first time and you're wondering what the hell is this, definitely come and say hello. I'm a homeless guy, a homeless Englishman, trapped by circumstance in Spain. You might call me a tramp, I do. It's slightly performative, it's a bit attention grabbing. I call this broadcast a TrampCast Hangout. There is another kind of TrampCast, the TrampCast proper as I now call it. I used to just call it TrampCast, where I document 7 days in the life of. How does it used to go? The successes, the failures, and the other happenings in the life of a homeless Englishman trapped by circumstance in Spain. I guess that's how it used to go. It's so long since I've said it, I struggle to remember it. I am, roughly speaking, 3 months behind with those. I'm considering picking them up again, maybe over the Christmas New Year holiday. I'm not sure. I don't want to take too much of you guys' time, but if you're available, watch. If you're not, don't. It's no biggie. If the audience is too low, I'll stop doing them. But it's a different time of day. Those are usually 5 in the afternoon my time, 4 in the afternoon for you in the UK. Now, bearing in mind it gets dark here before 6 now, so somewhere around 5:30. If I was sat out doing them, I'd need the lights and things. If I get my chair emptied, I can bring the laundry bin I used to use as my base, as my table for putting cameras and things on. Maybe. Big if, though, whether I clear off the chair. Karen was just nagging me to do it. So that's a fair sign it won't get done. That plus my natural tendencies as the world's best procrastinator. I am Olympic level procrastinator. I have got a crick in my back right now as well, though. Yeah, you see, you guys are still saying 18. I'm still seeing 17. Is anybody seeing anything approaching 20? Guys, if we can get to 20, we might get some more people dragged in here. I'm told some extra alerts, notifications go out when that happens. Just realised I've eaten half a packet of hobnobs this evening. I can give a more accurate count if needed. Just going wild on a Friday night. I got a pack of digestives here, but they've been here all week. The ladies that came, was that last Friday? And then they came back a few days later. Let me see if I can remember their names. I can't. Tina, Monica, and there was another one with an Indian. She wasn't Indian. It was an Indian. Geeta. I think they were Norwegian, possibly Swedish. I did ask them. They told me. I immediately forgot. I got their names right. Tina, because same as Doggy Tina. The third lady, 2 of them had been before. Tina and Geeta. I think Monica was new. This time, this couple of times. All 3 came these last 2 visits. But Tina and Geeta had been previously at some point. But they, they brought me a pack of things like some cheeses and there were some boiled eggs. I only discovered that the eggs were boiled when I stood on them. I was half planning on frying them till I discovered they were already cooked. What do you know? What else? What else was in the bag? There was some. Oh, fucking Tina. Yeah, there was a single portion of Chinese, and there was a loaf of bread. I had 4 of the loaves of bread. Went out for something, and when I got back, there's a torn up, empty plastic fucking wrapper on the bed. I was fucking livid. When I went to the supermarket, I had 2 loaves of bread on my list, but I didn't get that far around the shop. I got to the part of the shop where they had like rustic loaves, you know, stuff baked in the back of the supermarket, or at least they don't bake. They finish it off. It comes par done, par baked and frozen, and they just throw it in to finish it off. I got to that, but I didn't get to the family sliced white loaf. Didn't get that far around. So when there was a loaf of bread in this delivery, I was ecstatic. I got 4 slices out of a loaf and it was gone. Fucking dog. Oh. Half a packet of hobnobs gone wild. So I've going back to the biscuits. It was already open. The packet was already open. I'm getting the remnants. You know, it's not like people are delivering brand new packets for me. I've had maybe 2, maybe 3 sessions with 3 or 4 biscuits. Even then, I have to share them. She's a bugger. She hears plastic rustling, and that's it. She's up and at it, and she wants her share. So she gets all of her own food and about 1/3 of mine. Every bastard time. But I'm too generous. I should just tell her, no, daddy food. Fuck it, no, go. But I don't. I tell her that, and then I relent, and I end up giving her some anyway. Because I'm a nice guy like that. What can you do? Okay, some of those 10 people that were here before have run away. We're getting low on numbers, guys. I guess we may call it quits on the 4 hour. I've got 7.5 minutes to go. It'll be just after 2 o'clock on the real clock. I guess we're going to call it quits in 7 minutes. The numbers are getting low. I'm seeing 17 still on the. I'm seeing 17 on the likes. I'm told it's more, but we're not going to hit 20. We're not going to get more people in, I don't think. I did just see an 8th person arrive, but then somebody left. What was that? Did you hear that? Don't know what that was. Unidentified noises outside the tent are always a little bit spooky. I think this is why I never get a good night's sleep anymore. I'm constantly on the cusp of waking up to monitor what's happening. Seven minutes enough to get any final queries about hobnob numbers? Is that what we're saying? There's a bit of a typo there, but I think that's where you're going. Hobnob numbers. How many hobnobs in a pack? There's the first question, and how many have you had? You think you've had 10 or 11? Hobnobs are the Royal Marines of biscuits, though, aren't they? They are the men. You want to send them? Are they the Royal Marines or are they the Paras? I lean towards airborne because of family connections. My dad was a para. Yeah. Can you believe? Maybe this is just me. Some of the food I've got in this fridge now is 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks ago I went to the supermarket and I was thinking about when I was told about the friend that I'd stayed with immediately before being homeless. I mean, she was a friend, but she did eventually kick me out, but I don't hold that against anybody. I'd probably kick me out a lot sooner. I don't know how she put up with me that long. With hindsight and in fairness. But it's 2 weeks since I was told that she died. And I don't know what to do about maybe trying to contact her family. I owe money to the lady. She's the one who paid for me a passport and bought me a. So she bought my passport. There was a processing fee at the shop we did it at, and she paid for me a flight back to the UK, which I wasn't allowed on in the end because I got arrested at the airport. But money is owed, and I lived in her house for 3 months, and I made her an offer of a number that I do consider I still owe her. I just don't know how to go about contacting her family. And I don't know what she's told them about me. Like I said, the relationship broke down, the friendship broke down in the end. That's all difficult. So I've been mulling that over a little bit recently. I don't know quite how to. I want to honour the debt. There are 2 daughters, so whatever number I don't want to tell you numbers, but whatever number I came up with at the time for basically for board and lodgings for those 3 months, and for her out-of-pocket expenses on me, passports and plane tickets. I want to satisfy that a debt is owed. A debt is owed, and a debt will one day be repaid. I haven't got access to it. I haven't got that kind of money now. The kind of money that I offered. I would have to have access to my bank account in the UK. But I want to reach out and make contact at least. I just don't know how to do it. Do I go to her apartment and post something? There's no letterbox in the door. There's mailboxes within the urbanisation. Leave it there and wait months and see if the daughters come out and access the mail? Or try and reach out via social media somehow? I don't know what I haven't got a guess at a protocol. UK Richie thinks he's had 10 or 11 biscuits. That's not too bad. Christ. I've opened a pack of digestives and finished it in the same sitting before now. One of the best nights of my life was me and a lady friend with red wine and chocolate digestives. So not hobnobs, but not just chocolate digestives. Oh, red wine and dark chocolate, folks. Red wine, a deep, dark, dry red wine. Nothing sweet, or you want it deep, the deepest and darkest you can get, and the darkest chocolate you can find. Whether it's just chocolate or whether it's chocolate on a biscuit. Oh, it was heaven. It was heaven. We sat there watching a few films and then didn't watch films. I'm saying no more. Okay, folks, we've got about 1 minute left. I'm just going to check that I'm not missing anything in chat. No, UK reaches 10 or 11 is as far as we go. In a moment, then, I shall sit up and try and end the stream in the manner to which perhaps you've become accustomed. I'm going to maybe give it a few extra seconds because we had a couple of outages, I think. We had a couple of disconnects. If I hit 4 minutes and a little bit, the stream will be processed and ready for any latecomers to watch, complete with chat, just in time to drop a like. You're a bugger, Mr. S. Yeah, a like would be appreciated. But we are just finishing. I'm just saying that when you get to 4 hours on the thing, it gets processed within about 15 or 20 minutes. The other one the other night, was that Wednesday night? It was, wasn't it? I only did 3 hours Wednesday night after Scruff Dog jibbed early. That took 16 hours or so to get processed and go properly live. With the different resolutions and with the chat replay, live chat replay. So it's worth making sure that hit for, and I don't, if I was to end now, I might be 1 minute late. I'm reading 4 hours and 30 seconds. But a couple of disconnections, I could end up, I don't want to end up on like 3 hours 59 and 30. We might have to wait 16 hours to make it available to people. Can you believe it, folks? First can of beer still. It's a bit weird. I did have a glass of wine. I guess I had half a glass and I topped it up just after we started. Anyway, I think we're there. I think we're ready to call it quits. I appreciate you for coming and helping a tramp spend a Friday night, pass some time. Hopefully you got some level of entertainment out of it. I had prepared a couple of science stories. If we were going on for 5 or 6 hours, if there were a few more of you here, I could maybe have gone on, and I often do. I got 3 science stories prepped, but I think I'm tired. I think that maybe some of you are. We're low on numbers. I don't think it's worth dragging it out. So we will call it quits. But thank you very much for joining me tonight, folks. I appreciate you. Maybe hit the like button on the way out. Consider subscribing, but only if you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos. Where are we now? This is Friday night. We'll probably be back Sunday night. I may do something over the weekend at a different time, which has been kind of pushed for, recommended by other people to give people, maybe not everyone's around at this time of night. Maybe I'll try something one of these days. If we get a nice day, I'll try a live stream mid-afternoon or something. But for now, folks, that's it. We're gonna call it quits. I'm gonna see whether her ladyship, her head is out of the bed, but she's asleep. But let me try. Excuse me in front of the camera. Let me try and end things in the manner to which you may have become accustomed. I'm gonna turn the camera. I'm gonna reach for the light, and I'm gonna try not to annoy her. But here she is. Here's my girl. Hey babe, I know you don't like the light. I'll do that. From Tina. There she is. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Cheers, guys.